Good morning, everybody. Hold on, I'm just getting everything together. I'm running super late again. No daily DD so far. Son of a bitch. I'm not a Sith. Ding ding. Oh, hold on. Always two there are. Oh, interesting. Old silver producer. Interesting. It's doing stuff. Adam Aaron and AMC bought a mining company? Seriously? They're gonna start building their movie theaters underground? There is no daily DD link, Carl, because I haven't written the goddamn thing yet. Sing. Anybody note BBBY volume by any chance? Or pre-market volume for GameStop? I'm caffeinating, Elena, working on it. What do you think about Rocky and Jimmy below 70? It's possible. I mean, that would be like the next downward test of the trend it's currently on. Jesus, from there. Except there's no actual support at 70. Like the support that would be there is still unrealized, but Yeah, like 69, 67 in that range. Makes sense by both up at the same time. That is interesting. Where's this volume coming from? I have no idea. It's very exciting. What are our FTDs from today? Hold on, let me look. ETF FTDs? Today. Interesting. So today's ETF FTDs should be from January 26th. It looks like. And January 27th? Well, no, just January 26th. No, January 26th and 27th. Yeah, January 26th and 27th. And then our FTDs today. I guess the January 26th ones are notable. TD. Feb 8th. Ooh, today is kind of spicy. Some spicy FTDs. 62,000. Okay. Thanks, Taz. So 62,000 pre-market volume. Reminds me, I gotta finish writing this. You're playing XRT calls. The dividend rebalancing date's coming up. Yeah, I have some April XRT calls at 80 and 85. Going straight for the 210 resistance. Kind of looks like it's bouncing. Can you stare into the camera and whisper violent upside? I need hopium. Ryan Cohen tweet bump. This is a bad week for covered calls. Oh, it is. I agree. Okay, recovering a little bit there. I'm working on it. Can you lean into the camera and whisper pan-seared beef medallions? Interesting. Is that what you needed, Jay Fresh? Your thoughts on yesterday's Bloomberg terminal warnings? I've seen them before. Different ones, but 2018, I definitely remember them. I think I remember seeing somebody post them in 2020 also. I can't remember if it was on Reddit or the Discord I was on at the time. Probably the Discord. Share creation turned off in VXX. VXX is an ETN, so there isn't any share creation. They have to get approval to release shares. Sort of like wheat. Like they have to halt the stock and then they have to get approval from the SEC. Maybe 20K at 1.7%. Fidelity 125,000. 203,000. Borrow rate bumped. Market slammed. All right. My Yahoo watch list, BBY will randomly switch as if the market is closed. It doesn't happen to any other stocks on my watch list. Glitch or something more? Probably just a glitch. Try taking it off your watch list and re-adding it. I say nonsense all the time. Just don't at PyFi nonstop, ruining the chance for actual questions to get noticed. Okay. Rate hike won't fix this. Oh no, but rate hikes interesting with the variant swap positions. See how that pans out. Thoughts on RC's latest tweet? It was dope. I'm glad he's doing things. Thoughts on RC tweet referencing the frustration he has watching the stock price drop and it affecting the C-suite's performance since 60% of their compensation is in stock. I mean, I don't think they can sell that stock for another year, so I'd expect a year of announcements in order to bring that stock value back up. I mean, if you're the C-suite and you're not saying anything to the market, you can't expect the value of the stock that you hold to just go up on its own. Is variance swap overly sensitive to row changes? I mean, yeah. Sith Lord crushing all hope again. Rate hike will make it harder for regular people to buy houses, as if competition from private equity is not enough. I mean, it'll also drop prices on houses. Maybe. Defaults are picking up, I think. Still no word back from investor relations regarding maintenance fees. Okay, thanks, Gherkin sister. Legally, RC was probably talking about BBBY and not GME. I mean, it doesn't matter what he's talking about, right? Legally speaking, it's vague. It's also a tweet, so. GME Tesla dead. Not yet. Tesla's falling back to that 730 resistance, though, it looks like. That's what it said. Yeah, 730 731.09 is the right there. 729. That's 730. Close enough. No daily DD today. I'm working on it. I'm trying to get it. Yeah, that's what I got so far. Look at VXX halted. Yep. X isn't doing anything crazy. Wonder if this is just a squeeze on VXX. Oh, so much money. Do not capitulate to the daily DD requests. But why? I'm just gonna make it super messy. We're breaking the format. Rusty Shackleford, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Barclays decoupled the VIX, yeah.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't
Sort
no
of.
cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gurk working the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker trades this Popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I
Wish Six Shirts would fix their fucking buy-sell thing.
Yo, but we ain't no
Ooh, $4.6 million in $40 calls at market open. That's a lot. Check that shit out. Yeah, on Jimmy. Do you think all these shorts will be on the next OPEX dates, or is OPEX cycle dead? I mean, covering of obligations during the OPEX window for this quarter is dead. They did not do it. So, but the obligations still exist, right? Simply not covering them doesn't get rid of them. XRT is still thresholded. Turd pointed out last night, $15 billion of flow into Schwab's small cap fund. I don't think he minds if I show anybody. I'll show you guys. That's with a B. Or day before you. Oh, shit. Just do with that. There we go. So that was a bunch of money. If you look at the rest of the flow, it's someone's probably covering some shit. That's one of the big short ETFs I've seen here. BBY having about kind of a similar run. Is the SPY just also tracking? Don't forget that the SPY is an ETF. This wouldn't happen if you DRS'd already. What? What wouldn't have happened? All shorts are eventually buyers. Yep. So SSR in effect today. Also probably still are relevant. Support levels for GME in this price range. The only support levels that we'll really have are going to be like option support levels and $69. So $69 to the memes. Like, I'm not even kidding. But 70, 75, 80. 65, 60, 50. Oh, working on it. Yep, I see. $40 calls on GME or BBBY? GME. Are you guys not checking the daily TT? Yeah, May 20, $40 calls, $4.6 million bought. Also $70 calls for March 18th, 1.3 million bought. $4 calls are bullish as fuck in the money institutional purchasing. How do we keep seeing all these bullish price signals and no price action? Massive shorting. Did I miss much in the stream yesterday? Just a lot of negative shilling. You know how it goes. No, actually, it wasn't too negative. People were having a good time with the dip. We all know that you're too greedy to press the MOASS button. I refuse to buy any more of your covered calls. Well, fuck you too, man. We close to Reg Show? Who the fuck knows? Like, nobody... KF Tunes, nobody would know that, man. We get ETF, or we get FTD data today, I believe, after market close, or at some point today. Can a VIX squeeze have an effect on something? Yeah, variance swaps. Can you explain how those 40C help? Is it because MM need to buy shares to hedge? Yeah. They have to be delta hedged. Also, they're probably being exercised at that price. Probably immediately exercised. Do you think Ryan Cohen was watching the stream yesterday and tweeted to convince that guy he isn't shorting? Cap bouncing, is there still some downside? The bounce looks okay, but it is coming down. Remember, it can fall all the way back down to this like 210, 211 channel before moving back up again. And it sort of has this morning. Came down to 211.08. So that could be, you know, this pre-market and this at market open. This could be the bounce. Like, it's not a lot of volume traded, but it's sufficient for the price to start continuing upwards. So the fact that it's sort of turned around here on the 1 minute is, sorry, that's the 5. On the 1 minute is pretty bullish. If it breaks back up through VWAP, I would say that it's a fairly confirmed bounce. But remember, CAT can take a really long time to break through these upper resistances. It may push against it several times before we see any more price action. So if cat's something you're interested in, make sure you give yourself plenty of time. Alaska on VXX is 500. It's not representing anything but itself. But kicked off the run last Feb after the dip into the 40s. OPEX. Shitloads of FTDs. Shitloads of FTDs coming due. XRT's reg show and OPEX. Thanks, Mass Spectrometer. Is shares same like option with $0 strike and no expiration? No. Getting there. Shares options are like shares with volatility pricing. Are you not buying any calls? Not yet. You know, I actually have VXX calls already. They're up nicely. I wonder if this is gonna do that fucking thing. Trying to think of the last time an ETN squeezed. I guess I should sell these because they're like not really part of my VIX hedge anymore. I think a new OPEC cycle is starting after this dip. I mean, we need to confirm FTDs, but possibly. My limit sale didn't fill for 450. Sorry. They've decoupled VXX from the thing it tracks. So this is just the like ETN squeezing. This isn't like this has nothing to do with the VIX. The VIX is down today. So it's completely detached at this point. This is all just speculation running wild. Was it the flash crash, the ETN? No, DGAZF was an ETN that got like fucking delisted and squeezed. What's interesting is I wonder how much like short volatility hedging is done on VXX. quick recap of the last minute rules passed before OPEX. They changed the margin requirements for NSCC members and risk calculations. And then they changed the way that risk is calculated for the pricing of variance swaps, specifically through the OCC, OCC 2022-001, and also changed the margin requirements for variance swaps during high volatility events. So the rule change directly affecting positions on GameStop. Thoughts on the nickel squeeze? It's kind of not relevant to us because it's a commodity. So, I mean, liquidity provisions and stuff are not the same. So when DGAZF squoze, it was like a 3x inverse natural gas ETF, right? So Credit Suisse didn't close the note. They just delisted it. And so it got moved to the OTC market and became, it was DGAZ when it was listed. It became DGAZF. And it started trading at like really high premiums in comparison to its NAV, like what we're seeing on VXX right now. Trying to remember the rest of this. It's been a long time since I've looked at DGAZF. And then like no new shares, same as VXX, no new shares were being issued. So it found investors with like 3x negative exposure to natural gas fighting for the few shares that were available. And then it became, and because, you know, of the locked capacity after being delisted, it created just obscene demand on the note. Clip it? I don't know. It's kind of a mediocre explanation. I didn't write anything down, Moonwind. My fucking pen works fine. Did you talk about the significance of the SEC warning on Bloomberg yet? What's your take on it? It's like not that big of a deal. It's volatile market warnings. Are halts even a thing anymore? Sure. They're about to become a much more common thing. How many times the peak on VXX? I mean, DGAZF went from like $24 to 24,000. So clip it. We like mediocre at best, Kirk. All right, fine. Hmm. About to get spicy. I kind of want to chase it. Who wins this? Analysts targeting 84 cents per share for GameStop. GameStop just tweeted 50% off apparel today only. Cool. Is VXX same like MOASS? It might be. Exchange traded notes are fucking wonky. It depends on how much lockup there is versus how much demand there is. See, this thing is probably very over short. So, yeah. There's going to be a lot of demand for those shares that are no longer available. Any thoughts on Reggie leaving the GameStop board? And I don't know, maybe they just wanted him out. Sounds like he got burned on weeklies. At what price point would you buy more? GameStop? I don't know. 75 right now, because that's where my cash secured puts are. I know. Did you see the info on Bloomberg asking prime brokers to collect margin to the fullest extent possible? Yep. Was day trading this VIX run a bad idea or an amazing one? Yeah, it did happen last year. He hasn't been a board member in a long time. Was the article recent though? I know it's been coming up a lot lately. I've just been ignoring it. Article was yesterday. Okay, that's why everyone's talking about it. Maybe his NDA finally ended or something. Of course, it was written like it was new news. Dunkaroos boxed pancakes exist and come with a thing of motherfucking frosting on them. That's both disturbing and disgusting. What's BBBY doing? Is it squeezing? No. What's max pain at? 100. Yeah, my 75 CSPs are for this week. 814,000 XRT FTDs for 2/24/2022. Interesting. Variant swap check. GME is at 100. I have 10 GME and I enter VAR swap with you to play to fixed 150 strike. If GME 200 at settlement, different summed, I get $500. GME equals 100. I pay 500, correct? What? 10 GME and I fixed 150. 200 at settlement, different sum, I get 500. If GME equals 100, I pay 500, correct? Yeah. Well, if you're long variance. Thoughts on RC tweeting something so clear about short sellers in such close proximity to earnings? Try to drum up interest, attention, or is he firing warning shots? I don't know. Expect them to retaliate, though. Any thoughts on RC tweeting? VXX done. Good luck on the chase. Should probably close some options. Set a stop limit down. You reach out to RC for a collaboration? Think we'll keep going down past 70, or do you think yesterday was low and we'll bounce back up? Um, we could keep moving down. Right now, we're kind of just being propped up by this like $80 support range. Some decent buy pressure below it. And this is just standard CNS shit, right? Like run it in the morning. Where it's looking like that so far. These instruments like variance volatility swaps actually do anything constructive for the markets? Or they're just straight up bets that give the big boys reason to manipulate the price. They're usually hedges. So yeah, I mean they do something constructive and they help offset losses from other positions. Thoughts on AMC buying a stake in a Nevada mining company because reasons? I guess. Not only just not just any Nevada mining company, but like a shady one. Wasn't that like one of the silver squeeze plays last year? Like H fucking whatever it was, HY. I forget. I remember seeing it somewhere a while back. VXX halted. Did I fill? Nope. Uncle Bruce said you're a shill. Wow, that's that. I've never been more sad. This daylight savings time is killing me. What did I miss with the VIX? Did it decide to drop an NFT? No, they decoupled VXX. I think it just tracks futures. I think its asset allocation is just futures contracts, right? Short-term futures. Yeah, he's just pumping some shit mining company with his AMC investors now. Hey, Struggle Works. Congrats, dude. Emma is straight up. Cool. It's moving. I mean, volume's dying off a bit, but it's moving up. Is oil moving? Not really. Let's see. Ooh, some exciting candles. Turd, good morning. I just want to remind you that anything that happens in the market is either related to GameStop or it's crime. Thank you, Turd. Maybe you can explain to me why Citadel needs all that extra money from VXX. Tinfoil theory. RC's a billionaire businessman looking to make more billions, keep Jamie relevant during the turnaround, and drive the business forward. Not some philanthropic investor, white knight. It's called Fidelity on for level 3, which is the only way to do so reads spreads. With level 3, you have to apply for margin and that your shares will be loaned out. Advice: open a different account without shares in it. Why are people always so tied into like only using one account? Diversify. What's up, Hector? Doing good, man. How are you? This price action's more disappointing than my trading career. But at least we've heard of your trading career, right? It's just coffee. It's not whiskey or apple juice. Second halt VXX. Ah, already filled. I don't have anything else left there. I hope it doesn't do what DGAZF did and hit like $50, fall back down, and then go to 24,000. Your CSP same like shares? Not anymore. Right now they're same like free money. How many accounts do you have? Like trading accounts? I don't know, maybe like 10. Nine. I have 9. Tinfoil theory. RC is a superhero. Prove me wrong. If RC was a superhero, he would have told us the week before he bought BBBY. I don't care. My fucking C and my VXS calls just sold for like 900% up. I couldn't have been happier with the results. It's gonna fuck up my hedge though. I don't know where to diversify back into my hedge. I guess Vixie. Yeah. So if you guys sold your VXX hedge that you were using to hedge against a potential market crash, Vixie is a candidate for uh something else to move into to continue your hedge. Okay, soft pitch here. After we squeeze, let's have Uncle Bruce to teach us how to open bank accounts in the Caymans. See, that's the only thing I want to talk to Bruce about is how to hide money offshore. Thoughts on the Moulin squeeze? It's a pump and dump, but I mean, has it broken 250 yet? No. If it breaks 250, it gets kind of spicy. That's all. In regards to BBY, am I right in that you mentioned that there might be a spike in FTDs 17 days after RC's buy-in? Not 17 days after his buy-in, 13 days after futures T plus 2. Because remember, part of what I think triggered GameStop's run in last January was that RC bought in, right, and like announced his buy-in and in December, right before the futures expiration. I think it was like December 17th or 18th, something like that. And then futures expired, and T plus 2 from futures expiration. I don't remember the dates specifically here, but CME futures for 2022. You know, I'll just look it up so I'm right. It's the wrong fucking schedule. Calendar. So for 2022, it was okay. So it was a day off. Or wait, now, yeah, 12/10. So now I kind of want to check when his final buy-in was. That's the wrong sort of. Give me a second. It's filed on the 21st. Okay, so CME roll date was, or CME expiration date was 12/18. GameStop went on reg show thresholds on 12/22, I believe, which was T+2 after. Yep. 13 trading days later was January 13th. We all know what started on January 13th of 2021. And I think Cohen finished his buy-in on this, or announced the last part of his buy-in on the 17th. If you guys could drop a like, big help. This action is usually because of geomagnetic storm causing interruptions for HFT microwave towers, which is why the price is able to run. I like it. Such small volume. We've already traded like 1.38 million. No VXX infinity pool? Not necessarily, no. I wouldn't count on it at least. the fuck? Okay. What is T plus 13 for RC's BBY buy-in? It would be after futures expiration. So from March 22nd, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 22nd, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So April 7th. 4/7. 7:41. Amazing how many ETFs are on Reg Show. It's not normal. My dream of buying Genie at $69 is ruined. Get fucked. Not sinful, but curious to know if you think RC's direct mention of the shorts just after BBY and just before earnings lends itself to a spicy report. Could. Well, no, I wouldn't want it for April 7th, right? Because it took GameStop from January 13th through January 29th before it peaked. If you had April 8th calls, it would just be like the initial bump, which then traded sideways after before going up more. Seventh day, 4th month, 1 MOASS. I'm sure RC's done a lot of investigating into why his buy-in on GameStop caused the price action it did. Where can I find the dates of BBBY futures expiration, or do you know the T plus 2 plus 13 is? I just said it's April 7th. April 7th is the if it's reg showed on the T plus 2 day, then it's April 7th. And the reason I think that happens is because those futures expire, right? And the contract writers are now going to the lit exchange to buy shares for the ETFs. I should say future forwards. And the spot market's dry, right? Like there's no liquidity in the spot market. And so it gets slapped on reg show because it creates just a massive surge in fails. I think that's sort of what happened last year with GameStop too. I mean, there was other factors, but that was one of them. Reported BBY SI increased from 25 to 31%. I've seen reported SI for BBY as high as 50. We could peak on 420. Why does VXX have caveat emptor listed in ATP? Is that like buyer beware warning? Yeah. 741 is an angel number, meaning confirmation from the universe that you're on the right path to accomplish your sole purpose and mission. Get the fuck out of here. Uh, I had a dream last night that Jimmy went to 30K. Let's make it so. I'd be okay with that. Jimmy squeezing? Jimmy running. So I have access to a Bloomberg terminal, but I have to like leave my apartment, get on a train, go all the way uptown, schedule like an hour with the terminal. It's a fucking pain in my ass. What do you want to know? I could probably get it like a screenshot sent to me faster than I could get uptown. Too much exuberance around the RC tweet. I think it's frustration. You call someone stupid when you can't strike back at them in other ways. You got called stupid. Also, why would the RC tweet create frustration? Ask the terminal keeper what the weather will be tomorrow. Does BlackRock not provide terminals? I'm only allowed to use it for selling covered calls. Moonwin, I expect nothing for this week. Pickle Financial CEO. This is still nothing. Like, no offense, Moon, but we got some ground to cover before something happens. I bought fucking 8 more shares of GameStop yesterday. You should tell these people how it is when it comes to RC's tweet. I mean, jack shit. I mean, they're tweets. So, although I do like the way he's drumming up interest in his tweets, trying to get on that Elon Musk level. RC or GameStop buy-in? I don't know. A bunch of $85 shorts puts just got fucked though. I don't think RC's buying into GameStop. I don't know why people keep thinking he's gonna do that. Why would he? Can anybody present me with one fucking reason for him to buy GameStop, even at $86? Why is that like the hopium that so many people cling to? How about just like fucking Bank of America or JP Morgan or Vanguard buying more or BlackRock buying more? Is this a gamma ramp? No, we don't really have a gamma ramp in place. We are delta neutrals at 125, so we could bounce back up. Gamma max at 142. So we have some range. It would be rad. RC's buying to hedge his short position. How much capital would RC's $60, $80 calls have made if he sold them at open when they were 10x? How many did he have? That's not it. So he had 5,000 $80 contracts. Quite a bit. 5,000, 10,000, 15. Yeah, 15. 16,700 contracts. Your shorts of CCs. I don't think he sold them. There wasn't a lot of change in like most of the change in OI was positive. He might have, but I doubt it. Don't forget, he's using those to represent ownership. And they cost nothing. Like $80 a contract. Pickle fam, the likes are anemic today. Hint, hint. I already asked people to like the fucking stream. If they didn't, who gives a shit? Do you have any GME 325 calls, or do you have further out dates? I have all of my GME calls right now for June. Haven't bought anything near term at all. First of all, Ivy is super fucking high on like weeklies and calls for next week. Like the Ivy, the Atho Money Ivy for next week is 151%. Um, Chili Dan, what you got? Remember when Moonwind lost $16,000 in hood puts being a fucking degen? Good times, man. Good times. I do. Isn't Darth Dan not here? And price is going up. Coincidence? I don't think so. Interesting. He's probably here. Oh, there he is. Will not like unless Stefan makes an appearance. $86 a resistance line. It's our previous resistance from back here. That's right. There. Yep. No, it was a previous support, actually. Now it's a resistance. If Sanjit were here, we'd have asked already. Maybe I just need to play his song. Maybe that's what's missing. Maybe that's why he hasn't come back.
Sanjeet's in the house, Sanjeet from New Delhi. When GameStop moves, his friends will be jelly. The rest of his country is sleeping sound, but he blesses Pickle's channel because the profits abound. He turns on the stream without even looking, just to see what Chef Gherkin's got cooking. For him, it's a 2 a.m. power hour. Sanjeet's gonna make the short hedge funds cower.
It's Moonwind's birthday. Can I request that the Pigeon Whale song to be played so that he can feel the shame of paper handing his Pigeon Whale membership and being assigned on CCs all at once? Yeah. We can do that. This is the catalyst. Turd, are you gonna send me some screenshots of things or what?
$100 a month supporting Pi-Fi stream. Pigeon Whale's cool and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named V. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper-handed bitch, you see, but most likely you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling cover calls like Lumen, because that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Gherk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously, guys, not a cult. Not a cult.
Bullish. So what did I say today was? Today's Jan 26 ETF FTDs? But what was the MM date? Was it just, it's either 2/7 or 2/8. I have to go back and look again. I can't remember. 26th and 27th. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's an overlap. It's on President's Day. Today is the Ides of March. Birds aren't real. Keep it in your subreddit, Sam. So earnings FOMC presser with JPOW tomorrow. Earnings Thursday. Axe pays like 100. Gamma neutral 120. And we're seeing okay volume. I don't think gamma neutral is at 120. Is it? Gamma neutral is at 101. Anthony. Ooh, Tesla came back. You go, Victor. I just need to stay below 825 and I'll be okay. No problem. Just outside of 100 shares. I'm sorry, man. Tesla's crazy. $40 to $50 price moves like it's nothing. It's a great place to trade if you're very good at, well, moderately good at technical analysis, very good at managing your risk. Any expectations of the market and SLD? Could come down. I don't know. They have changed the settlement of SLD, so I don't know how much of effect it's going to have moving forward. My wife had a serious talk with me yesterday. She looked at the brokerage account. I responded, seriously, you should have been concerned $100 ago, and that somehow worked. It didn't work. She's leaving you. She just hasn't told you yet. When you're a billionaire, are you going to spend shitloads of money on the search for Sanjeet from New Delhi? New Delhi isn't too big of a place. If you find him, give him a hug from me. I doubt it, Lawrence G. McMillan. What's a Korean rice dog? I just like my girlfriend, the Pi-Fi Daily DD posts, and she's like, oh yes, this is a totally legitimate investment. No joke, this isn't sarcasm, I really do. I'm gonna start dropping like hints to your girlfriend in the Daily DD now. I'm gonna be like, your boyfriend's over investing his savings. He keeps gambling on weekly degenerate options. Piton doing ups. Good for them. People are forgetting. Did you price shoot up to 1K and trade around there for a year without triggering any of the squeezes you mentioned in your last State of the Union DD? No. I know Sanji. He sells pickles at the New Delhi marketplace and gives financial advice. Thanks for giving me the heads up on that, SK. I appreciate it. Spoofing the price at 90.53. God damn it, there's no spoofing going on. Spoofing is a high frequency trading tactic used to generate liquidity in an asset and to drive volume. GameStop doesn't trade nearly enough shares for there to be spoofing. You guys are just looking at the order book and calling it spoofing, but spoofing is like actual trades. It's trades made at the bid and ask, back and forth to drive volume. What you're seeing is boofing. That's where the market maker internalizes the flow of the stock and then sells it to other people. Who the fuck started that stupid spoofing shit on Super Stonk? This is the worst part about being banned from there, is that I can't call people out for that kind of nonsense. JSMAR figures, fucking idiot. So maybe my trades at the bid and ask. Are my trades same like spoofing crime? Additionally, maybe film The Search for Sanji as a mini-series to the channel once you're bored of being stupid rich. You're asking me to do a lot of things that I would never do, Lawrence G. McMillan. The first of those being creating a small independent docuseries. The second being going to India. YOLO 2K into weekly is at the peak of that run. I'm now down $1,000. Am I brilliant? Congratulations, Popcorn Trader. You've done it again. That's not spoofing. A sell wall is just simply to halt price movement. That's all it is. It's done with an algorithm. They place orders on the ask, and then they place conditional orders that you can't even see to stabilize upward price movement. If they expect more volatility, they'll bump these up. That's not spoofing. That's what market makers do to reduce volatility. Volatility equals bad. Do adamant DD on SS. Oh, gross. You get great, Scott, down 1K. We found the best trader of our generation. Popcorn Trader is phenomenal at buying the peak. If you ever want to know when to sell, just figure out when Popcorn Trader bought. So what causes a sell wall to disappear? They pull it. They pull it and move it up because they don't want their shorts to get eaten up. So if there's like a gap and they're afraid of their sell wall, so over time, you know, as these orders fill and they get closed out, they can create gaps, right? And if they have a sell wall here, like say 5,000 shares or something, right? And they only have like 100 here, and there's, you know, a 70-cent gap or something. They don't want this gap to fill, so they'll pull this out to protect the shares they borrowed. And they'll insert conditional orders in here in order to prevent the gap from filling. It doesn't stabilize the price when they put them in and remove them. Stabilizing the price is when they actually get bought into. Putting them in doesn't do anything to the price. The bid ask, like the order book, doesn't affect the price unless an order is filled. Just, I mean, like if you set a limit sell, like here, look, if I set a limit sell, so BBY trading at, what is it? 1978. So if I set an order at $23, right? Then I place that order. It will go onto the order book. And then, you know, if the price moves suddenly from, you know, 19 to 21, right, quickly, then I'm going to pull my order back and see what's going to happen. This is not fucking spoofing. I'll just hit cancel on the order and just cancel it. And then it's no longer on the fucking order book. And the order book is not like a commitment to sell. It's simply a limit order. Spoofing is when orders are traded back and forth at the, so they place a buy order for 100, they place a sell order at the same price. So like say 101.11, and they place a sell at 101.11. And what this does is it drives in blocks of 100 shares, right? And this drives volume. So spoofing is artificially inflating the volume by doing this over and over and over again. And you see high frequency traders do this on stock like Nokia. And what it does is it drives other interest, other algorithms seeking higher than average volume, and they start buying in, right? And that starts to raise the price of the stock. Adabit just said that dark pools are being abused. That's the entire DT. Good old Adabit. No, because they're narrowing the spread by doing that, right? By spoofing the stock, they narrow the spread between the two prices. Wow. They have different ways of like spoofing crypto. Crypto, they transfer a lot of coins between multiple wallets. This might not be a cooking or beauty stream. Houston Wade said that Adamant hates him and he has no idea why. He doesn't know what he said to the guy that set him off. No idea. I know, I need to get more coffee, Elena. I just want to see if we bounce here before I do. Adamant comes off as a textbook definition of an overly confident college student with no real world experience. Yeah. So like this is like basically the majority of DD writers on Super Stonk. They've just they got up here to just peak Dunning-Kruger, and then that's it. It's just, that's the cutoff. It just ends there. You're over here, JFresh. Market knowledge, you're like right here. Nice. Serious trader question. How do you weigh up taking a loss versus cost of opportunity? I mean, depends on your system. If you're entering all positions with a fixed amount of capital, then it's much easier to, just set what you're willing to risk for that position versus your expected price movement, right? Like if you're entering something, you should have a price target in mind. And that should be, your goal, whether it be up or down, long or short. And then, you should be, as a serious trader, you should be taking profits when you hit those targets. And then your risk should be limited by either a stop or manually, but X percent of capital invested. So say you enter all your trades, with $1,000, and you're taking like 2 to 3% risk, right? Then if it hits your risk, you should be out, and that should be your opportunity cost is that 2% if you lose it. And then obviously, that's flexible. Like if you're using leverage positions, you're obviously going to take on more risk, right? Because the position itself is leveraged. What if you have a YouTube stream and private Discord? You can have your audience brigade your posts and stand to peak until banned. Man. Do you want tips on selling at the local bottoms as well? I can teach you. How much money do you think I can gamble without my wife getting mad? I have no idea, man. I mean, all of it until she finds out. I would go with the schnitzel. That actually sounds good. How good? Pork or chicken? Should be pork. I mean, you've got to learn exonium, exonema. You've got to learn to back out of your trades and slowly take profits and follow trends, right? And learn to follow trends with stop limit sells, or learn to follow trends with stop losses if you can't actively manage it. But you know, for every 10% win, you can take 2% losses. And you'll break even, right? Because trading is ultimately gambling, right? But by managing the risk in that trade, you know, you can continue to push profits higher and higher. How long are you going to keep your XRT calls? I don't know. Just going to hold them. My husband was at his wit's end yesterday seeing how far we dropped. Asked if I was going to get a second job to make some of the money back. What's up, Hella? It's been a while. DJ Datrix, thank you so much for coming to Billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Maybe you're already linked. If you're already linked, let me know. I appreciate it, man. Spy at War with 422.50. Yeah, but it's pushing up. It's already double bounced off the bottom here on the EMA. So this will break out. 424.87 is the upside resistance for this move. If it breaks out, that's very good. That's a double hit. So if this can break 428, that's like a double bottom bounce. That can be significant. Did the Fed release its rate info yet? Is that why we're seeing a little push in the market? Shit. Should I buy more cat here? 3:15. Today's Tuesday. And investing is fundamental research, buy and hold. I combine some of like long-term investing analysis into my short-term trades. But I would say if you're holding something under 3 years, you're gambling. 3 to 5, really. But it's how you gamble that matters. Carl Icahn is a very good example of that. He's really more of a trader than he is an investor. If you look at Icahn's holdings, yeah, very few of them have been held for more than a year. For sure, Hella. It's good to have you back. Mind giving your take on VXX? I know you stopped out, but if you don't mind, I'd be interested in your opinion of the current price action. It's coming back up. If it breaks VWAP, it's kind of interesting, but it's already traded 33.63 million volume. Is VIX just coming up? No, because it's still not tracking, right? If it started to break its high again, I might re-enter. It doesn't look that strong. It's not nearly as much volume as this run. So unless this breaks out with a significantly more volume, I don't think. I mean, I think this is just maybe consolidation as these positions are cleared out. Remember, DJAZF got delisted. That was a big part of why it continued to squeeze. I don't think they're gonna delist VXX. It's one of their bigger funds. So. Only 0.25. That could be, yeah, that could be a little bullish. I mean, they didn't go for 0.5 or 1.0. To be fair, a raise in rates isn't going to fix most of the inflation problems we have right now. So if they'd hit it hard, if they'd gone, 1%, like 100 basis points, it really wouldn't help more than 0.25 does. Like most of the issues with inflation right now are still supply chain and oil. So, used cars. Rents are starting to kind of pick up pretty significantly, but Cat just had some bad PR come out where they're using Russian supply lines after saying they stopped business there. And no one cares about Cat's PR, believe me. If it affects the price, it'll affect it for a day. Good. It'll drive it back down to 180 so it can bounce again. Pfizer's take was smart. They're just going to donate all profits from their, like, whatever business they conduct in Russia to Ukraine, but maintain control of their assets there. The companies that bailed are fucked because the Russian government's going to seize their assets. I appreciate it, DJ. Thank you, man. Are you anticipating any forward-looking statements from GME on the 17th, or would you expect more of the same silence for this foreseeable future? I mean, I'd like to say that I'd want to give him a full year as you know, chair and CEO before expecting you know any kind of direction, but he made it pretty clear in his letter from BBBY that we'll, you know, get information on what the company's doing when they're doing it. And that's tough, but there are companies that handle it like that. He's not the only one. Fuck, man. A lot of price movement today. Is this the market or is this us? This is just us. Back. Right down, about to open. Yeah. Have you seen James this morning? It's time for his bath and I can't find him. No. Thanks, Phil the Shill. RC's move with BBY is probably more of a trade than an investment as well. He has a lot more flexibility with it. It doesn't take a lot of buying for him to become, he's at 9.8%. So the threat of him buying into the company more is there, right? And that's important as, you know, he pushes for these changes to the board. Do you need tips on making the same mistake with GME weeklies twice in one day? I'm looking for a CSP entry. Missed my chance at 78 while I was waiting on wheat orders to sell. Tricky. If I confirmed a cross above VWAP here, that might be like an entry. So if price action were to bounce and we moved back above VWAP, then like down here at 80 might be an entry for CSPs. It depends on if you want to get assigned or not. That's a big part of that. If you don't want to get assigned, you know, you'd probably want to sell lower. I really hope we don't drop to 75. I don't want to buy any more fucking GME shares this week. Maybe I do. I don't know. I miss when the whole gang was together and not strewn about. Sorry your clan got shunned. Even though I DRS, stay strong, hero. Thanks, Jacob P. I appreciate it, man. It's all good. I think we could probably fall back down to 78 before recovering, at least based on this trend. From on the 1 hour? Yeah. I think we could. we'll either hold this bounce, or we can fall back through down to here. So that'll depend. By the $6 fall, I mean partially day traders, right? Selling at resistance or see our volume peaks. People probably closing calls like weeklies that they bought at the bottom. If you bought, $80 weeklies, you were up huge here. So closing calls, and then everyone else scrambling out on this one, and then some shorting, like peak selling right here. Our volume is above average right now, like significantly above average. RSI oversold. Eh, approaching. I mean, RSI 6 is just hitting oversold on the 5. But I would say that there's room back to 80, maybe below. There's our line for this. Go off of this volatility. I think we've fallen a bit below this. There's no support there. So this is like 8. Yeah, this is like right where we're trading right now. If we break down through this, back to 78. I don't understand why anyone is day trading GME. It's way too difficult, incredibly risky, and very expensive. People do it though. It makes big moves, right? Some day traders are just not that risk averse. Nice, Will. Congratulations. How's AMD doing today? AMD's just like straight up today. Very nice buy-in if you guys got in around down here around 101, 100. Hard to call anything a support these days. It does look like we're bouncing a little bit on the uptrend. Day traders, same as gamblers. Sort of, yeah. I'm the clown who sold AMD calls at 105 instead of holding on until now. I mean, money is money, right? And 105 has been a resistance over the last couple days, so I don't think it was a bad exit. Day trading CCs isn't that hard. Everyone knows the deal. Steep spike and hammer comes out within 30 minutes. Generally speaking. Joey Gallinal, dude, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it, dude. Hit me up and I'll get you added to the country club.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the
So I
cash
going
in
for that
advance, 'cause we
427
holding
you
the
called
flow. If you
yesterday.
are
Did it
what
break
you
up?
get, Gherkin to go.
Yeah,
Hoping
it
that you
is.
read the DD, 'cause when the shit's
This is the
sweet,
next
we go hit the
resistance.
moon, man.
424.87.
Weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, 'cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe.
Sold all my weeklies to afford it.
When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomb on pro. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo.
Are you thinking of selling your what? Was there more to that, Sally? You think of selling your BBBY? No, not right now. Definitely not right now. So we'd be notified when FOMC minutes is released. Just find out the release time. Probably not. I don't know. Oh, you have the order to sell open. Oh, I was just explaining limit orders. Getting a carbon steel pan. Mine has finally built up a good seasoning and is wonderfully non-stick. Nice, dude. Usually it's not too hard to build up the seasoning on a carbon steel. It's not like cast iron where it's kind of rough and it takes a while. If you get a really good carbon steel pan, it's like got a nice like polish. It doesn't take long at all. Theta Max, dude, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. I'm gonna do the where's the old one? Kind of in the mood to do the old song.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo money sucks.
It's Bortman formation. How often do you use your pressure cooker? Almost never. You missed the chant. All right, I'm gonna get another coffee, guys.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pitbull fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
I'm back. Did I miss anything? We find some support, sort of. At 69, if we're to get 100 shares, do you think we could get to that price? I don't think it'd be good if we did. Hmm. Pat B, thank you so much, dude. Quick in and out adventure, 7 months later, still here. That's how she goes. You take a look at NVIDIA, does it have more upside here this week or better chance of falling back below 220? It's a good question. Downside supports at like 216. EMA 200 at 221. I guess it'll depend if it bounces here on its EMA or not. It looks good so far. And kind of looks like it's recovering here on the intraday. I think it can keep moving up. Maybe 232 would be like my next target. 230. So yeah, see if it, I guess I would see if it breaks. If it breaks here at 226, 226.80, I think it can move up to that next test at like 232. It looks good. There's definitely a resistance there though. It's kind of cleared that. Yeah, that's right. That's where I'd be at. If it holds above 226.80, I would look to 232. Yeah, no problem, G Trader. Spy hard rejection. Watch that on your tech plays, guys. Yeah. That's rough. Return to VWAP, maybe. That was a pretty big volume sell-off. Let's see if Jimmy gets the same hit. Is there a benefit to buying further in the money calls when break even is about the same for each? Yeah, the deeper in the money you are, the less exposure you'll have if the price slips. Yeah, I heard about AMC's newest investment. Return to VWAP. I think you means somebody needs liquidity to fund MOASS. Sure. EPT will show up for SPY soon. Would surprise you to learn that that new investment is being immediately diluted with a share offering? Not at all. Can you post more coffee vids in the Discord? Maybe in the country club? I feel like your recent video, you posted an announcements hyped me more than any RC tweet. That's odd. You nervous at all? Why? This rug pull feels like when I get my VWAX done. Do you own any rental real estate? I own O. I own quite a lot of O. Betamax. Oil's down a lot. I think oil will start coming back up soonish. Few weeks. My app is showing I can select August, September options. When I click, nothing shows up. Could this imply that GME is moving from JJAO to FMAN or MJST, and they're preparing to offer options for then? No. Those options are already open. Like June, October. I don't know why they're not showing up for you, but they show up for me. How come there doesn't seem to be a thorough dividend stock list? What do you mean? Like just all stocks that have dividends? Just started popping? Ooh. That's not it. Hmm. Oxy's still moving up. I think Buffett's still throwing money into that, by the way. The Fidelity app is showing I can select August, September options. Okay, I already went over. Do you think earnings will be a beat, miss, or as expected? I mean, the projections are already high. I think analysts might be coming in with slightly higher price targets than GameStop can achieve, which is kind of like a short and distort tactic. Mudrick, who bought one of AMC's offerings last year and immediately dumped it, owns a 40% stake in that mining company. AA back to deceiving his shareholders. Yeah. I mean, isn't that pretty obvious? He's just using them to pump and dump shit now. Do you think earnings will be a beat, miss, or as expected? How come there doesn't seem to be... Okay, I buy the dip or pay off my covered call. I don't know where your covered call is. You can get that through paid data services, Stefan, but nothing free. It's by doing some ouchie down downs. Yeah. Buffett was buying Oxy at 53 to 58. I think he's still buying it. Didn't he file like another 8K like a couple days ago? Not gonna lie, I wasn't really paying attention to it, but I mean, it's in his price range right now. It's probably, I mean, he doesn't have a lot of misses. Analysts targeting 80. I agree. I think 68 to 75, but with time. My credit card not covered call. Oh, I don't care. What did I miss today? We found some support here at 80, so a little higher than in the morning. We're still in an ascending trend from yesterday, but it's shit. We're on this low one now, which isn't super great. But we did find a little support. We could bounce back up, maybe push into this higher range, like 80 to 85. Any thoughts on aggressive RC tweeting more aggressively at the shorts? What are your thoughts besides more Elon Muskian? I mean, I kind of already outlined my thoughts on RC's strategy in the DD I wrote over the weekend. There's more to it than that, but I think specifically he's targeting the ETF shorts. I don't think he really cares about like the Melvin Dimension guys. The way he's timing the buy-ins would hurt whoever's shorting or using ETF creation the most. I'm sure it's not him timing the buy-ins, but his advisor. It's aggressive, the tactic he's taking, which is good. It's bullish. It's good for us as shareholders. I think he knows full well what his buy-in into GME last year caused, and I think he's repeating it. And I think he's doing it in order to buy in heavily into these, you know, large, like over bloated retail establishments with large debt, and the subsequent squeeze and share offerings can pay that debt off. So I think that's why he asked the board to, rethink their current plan of share buybacks. Because you get a free company that way, right? It's smart. Tinfoil hat theory. Cona's having his advisor buy shares of companies through ETF creation. That'd be fucking crazy. To the best of your capabilities, can you give me your own thoughts on Credit Suisse for a 1-year outlook? I wouldn't trade Credit Suisse, but it's their fucking NYSE ticker. I guess they're recovering. Um, I don't know. I feel like you could buy into this and then they're gonna get accused of some crime like in the next 2 months. Yeah. I mean, the bounce looks okay. Um, Overperforming the dip in 2020, but I don't know if it's going to be sustained or if it's going to drop lower. I guess that'll depend on what the market does over the coming weeks. And your price target's what? You know, like $12 to $14. It's not even that good. It's not like there's a lot of range on it. So basically, RC using his timed entry tactic to pump stock price while stock price is high. Company sells off reserves to get out of debt. Yep. I don't think he intended to squeeze GameStop last year. I think it was a product. I think his buying was almost chasey, actually. If you look at price improvement for GameStop from like August through December of 2020, it looked like he almost chased to get in time. I don't think he realized the effects, or he would have bought more also if he knew that it was going to trigger that. Also, the fact that he took an ownership stake makes me think that that's not what he intended to do with GameStop, but it is what he intends to do with BBBY. As a nurse, is a routine I go through when I get to work. I check patients' labs, check my orders, prioritize what patients to see first. As an investor, what routines should I be doing in the AM? You should be looking at you should be checking your scanners. You should be looking at overnight movements on your longer term investments. You should be looking at overnight movements on things like pre-market movements on things that you're currently speculating on or looking for entries into. You should be checking out, volume, probably about 30 minutes, 45 minutes dedicated to whatever market news for that morning. Looking for pre-market volume trends. Checking out closing options chains from the day before. Looking for pre-market block orders. Make sure you're ready to move at market open. If you see things moving in the pre-market, you should be ready to move on that if you're able to, depending on your brokerage. It's been so long since I've gone through my normal marketing routine, because now it's just like I would just wake up and write DD, like the daily DD, and then start the stream. A lot less prep nowadays, I guess. Sorry, I missed a Ko-Fi. Well, didn't miss it, but didn't get to read it. Yeti, based on the data you sent me via Discord about the cost of DRS and computer share, can you review a ballpark cost? If there are 12,000 computer share accounts with 10 million shares registered, what would be the cost to GME? I was getting roughly 1.5 million. So that term sheet is from a lawsuit in 2011. I don't know what CS's current terms with GameStop are. But if GameStop was being priced the same way as that energy company in 2011, then yes. I'd imagine that computer share has raised their rates since then, right? Probably significantly, especially with inflation. Really, because our November highs were higher than August. Stopping in for a bit. Have a good day. See you guys at 1500. See ya, Matthew. You say earlier the likely window for a BBY squeeze is the first 2 weeks of April, beginning in the first 2 weeks of April. And we need to see FTD data on that too. I wouldn't even play that without confirming it through the FTD data first. There's things that he could do to attack shorts with GameStop, but it's a bad look for the company he owns, right? It's much easier for him to go after shorts with BBBY because he's not an owner. He's not an insider, right? What am I clipping? Oh, sure. Most organizations don't have any share registration volume, though. In an industry where, you know, a volume discount might be something that's common, DRS is not something that it generally has a lot of volume. It's usually just used for like employee share plans. So I don't know if they'd actually have something like that set up. Maybe. I'd still like to see the documentation. DRS costs money to sell, but doesn't physically make it harder or longer in terms of any time or quickness. I mean, that's not true. A limit sell on computer share takes like 10 minutes to fill, whereas, on a brokerage, it's almost instantaneous. There is a delay. It's not really relevant, but it's there. To be honest, is my problem with RC. He knows about big shorts, but doesn't want to do anything. A bad look to investors that buy GME. Let's wait for earnings. I disagree. You guys, you're thinking of it too linearly. You're long, and so you don't want any shorts, right? Shorts gone. This is your goal. His goal is to build an emerging tech company, tech and e-commerce. Now, if you have shorts like Citadel and Melvin and Susquehanna and these guys piling into these ETFs, right, to short the stock, and your two, biggest shareholders are Vanguard and BlackRock, how do you think it would be if you blew up their ETFs in order to short squeeze your company? You think you'd ever get funding again? Because you fucking wouldn't. They would destroy you. They would cripple every fucking business you ever started for the next 30 years. So when you say he can just squeeze them out, it's not that simple. Can you see what parts of your stream we clip? Because I don't want to creep you out. I mean, yeah. Maybe, but he's not going to be the one to start it. If he hurt BlackRock and Vanguard, right, that would be damaging his own investors. Two of his biggest ones, two of the largest shareholders in the company, who would be directly damaging, right? And so with the BBY play, he can do that while not being complicit, right? It's a very good strategy. It's a good angle. It's smart. Not looking bullish today. No, not coming back up yet. Starting to. It's just consolidating. Like if we go out and look. I just had huge moves on this. Trading view. Goddamn son of a bitch. There we go. So if we look here, we hit this upper support at 218 or upper resistance at 218. And fell back down below. So this could continue to consolidate lower before finding a new support, probably in this range before it finds a solid support. And that's right around 210. So that's why I've been watching 210 to get back in. If it slips 210 and starts to fall, you know, then we're going to see like kind of a head and shoulders. But if it breaks out, I think a move up here to this upper resistance is very possible. Because their holdings are in ETFs, so a squeeze on GameStop could blow up those overutilized ETFs, which would do a lot of damage to Vanguard and BlackRock as the agents for those ETFs. So RC strategy is create an FTD wave, use the wave to clear debt. If the wave's too big, he screws himself with old money. Yeah. RC's literal job is to chair the board of GameStop. That is it. He is not the CEO, Johnny. What debt? We're discussing on BBBY. GameStop has some long-term or short-term debt, I think, from the pandemic still, but that's it. They paid off their long-term debt already. Johnny, no, I was talking to Johnny LaRue. BBBY has a ton of debt. I think they paid off their. I don't think so, because I don't think they could. There was a time frame that they had to settle that in. I'll have to look back into it, but I don't think so. It was like dent to the, was it like the French government or something? Thanks for your consistent teaching. This loves the food and coffee knowledge I receive daily here is second to none. Thanks, man. Best food channel on YouTube. Keep up the great work. I appreciate it, Tickled Pickle. Harkins Kovler, it's confirmed that he hired them. It was multiple news agencies confirming it. Nice, Arnold. So high share price for GME is detrimental to the backers. It's detrimental to overshorted ETFs, which they own. I just sent you a chart, no explanation. Awesome. Where? I don't even know where you sent it. Here we go. Ooh, they're starting to roll XA. $311, $314. $100, $400. I wonder if they were waiting to roll for the for the interest rate bump. Interesting. Maybe. Yeah, that's compelling. We trusting the MSM on that though? I'm skeptical. It was like 500 million to the French government, I think. But it's in their fucking 10K, dude. What are we talking about? It's me, BK. Are you talking about the loan? The debt? It's in their quarterly report. It was also brought up during the shareholder meeting, I'm pretty sure, or the last earnings. If Vanguard or BlackRock were to ever start legislating those ETFs and limit the share creation, then we know we're ready to rip. I mean, Vanguard already kind of does. Vanguard and BlackRock both manage their funds a little more tightly than it would appear that State Street does. But I mean, yeah, they're making money, right? Like they don't want to stop. Just checked. End of the period, cash and cash equivalents of 1.413 billion, as well as no debt other than 46.2 million. That's the one I'm referring to. Where's James? Fuck you, Kyle. Bad comment. Mr. Moody, you're in for a big pickle. His taste buds, but he needed to tickle. He ate 24, then fell on the floor. Digestion can be oh so fickle. Thanks, Dan. Thank you, Kevin. Last BBY question, I swear. Are leaps the best position to be in for a potential squeeze? Low volume for them today as a side note. Appreciate you. Probably, yeah, because you don't know when it's coming. Also, if it doesn't come, you're in for long-term price improvement. Just coming to the RC, trying to make the company grow and be profitable should be enough. Yeah, I agree. Also, the best way to get rid of shorts, right? I was wondering what perks are available to the quant team, if there was any open positions for a 3D animator. If you want to animate things, and what do you want to animate? I think most of the models are. You can animate volatility surface. Does that sound exciting? Ah. You call that a double top on the SPY? No, it looks like it's pushing higher. It had a little sell-off and now it's recovering. If it breaks 424.87, expect GME to move up a little bit. How much do you roll when you lose when you roll leaps? I mean, it depends on the price of the underlying at the time when you bought and the time when you roll. Leo Birdie, I made friends with someone through your Discord. Currently, we are in England having a wonderful vacation. Shout out to Lickle and Natty. Stop being a gay bear. That's awesome, Leah. Glad to hear that, man. How would you feel if there were different tiers of option contracts? I feel like that would be a kind of a scam. A lot of hedge funds have tried to push for lower leverage contracts in the past. I don't like it. So is this the real Wyckoff phase C spring yesterday and today? Spring, maybe like, yeah, let me look at it out on the 4-hour 1 second. I don't know if there's enough range in this. It's volume backed enough. I will say that. We look on like the 4-hour. It could be. It's definitely not. I would say it's definitely not the test yet. But it could be. It could be this. It could be the spring. I think we need to move back up to like 100. Rejection at 100 to confirm a spring in the next few days. But you can get multiple springs and tests before you have a confirmed shift into the next into phase D. And you said GME wouldn't squeeze like Tesla. Couldn't that be possible? If short hedge funds keep shuffling and trying to fulfill obligation a little at a time. I mean, that's not really how Tesla squoze, though. Tesla just squoze the shorts out, and then the shorts piled back in, and then it squoze them out again. And then it just kept doing that over and over again. What if BBY ripped at 40? Just like, I mean, that's what I'm looking at. Here's, I still hype from RC's tweet and then boom, LOL, nada. What do you mean? What are you hyped about the tweet from? Like today? What do you think, he's fucking controlling the market action the following day with his tweet? Check Zoom, bouncing off its 2020 beginning price. Ooh, Jesus. Well, close. It's definitely at a support. It could go lower. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's still room to the downside. And you don't really have a confirmed bounce yet. Although a move back over 100 could be good. I think the question is, was this company ever really fucking worth like $500 a share? No. Is RSI still on? It's gross. I'm looking at SPY options in the coming weeks to rotate away from GME for a bit. Is there a typical DTE when looking at SPY options, as I see there are more dates and options? Yeah, you have 3 expirations a week on the SPY. So it depends. Like, are you trading it, or are you like intraday trading it, or you're swinging it? And then you need to learn to time movements on it, which takes some practice. Megan will. I would suggest paper trading it for a little while and figuring out, like, even if you intend to just swing it, because you can get burnt not buying far enough out, but you can also buy too far out and just waste a lot of money for what's not a very significant move. Yeah, I know. Everyone thinks every time RC tweets, it's like an immediate effect on the price, and it's ridiculous. Just because one time he tweeted, we ran the next day. I'm still getting familiar with Theta's effect on contracts. Use an options calculator. I mean, you could roll now if you want. IV's up. That's why your contracts are green, because you bought them when the IV was lower. It's not because their intrinsic value is higher. It's because their extrinsic value is higher. RC is well aware of what his investors expect to happen. It doesn't seem responsible for him to feed the flames of MOASS and string everyone along. Feels like it will do damage to brand loyalty. Maybe. I mean, or the things he's doing will have realized effects soon enough. Couldn't the short hedge funds do the same thing to GME as they did to Tesla until GME becomes an overvalued $1 trillion company? The problem there, though, is GameStop doesn't have any assets to back up its debts, right? So, like, a lot of Tesla's valuations because they have assets, like real assets. So, they can sustain like price improvement at those levels, even though like obviously Tesla's assets are not worth anywhere near, you know, what their market valuation is. Like GameStop's not really in a position to do that. It doesn't really have any assets, right? Like they don't own any property, or, you know, like Tesla has massive factories. They have their like charging things and their solar network, charging stations and their solar network. So, you know, it's no, GameStop's not going to be worth, probably ever worth $1 trillion on its own. That's ridiculous. Not in its current iteration. If it becomes like an e-commerce powerhouse and the NFT marketplace blows up and becomes the centralized point for all like online microtransactions, maybe, but we're a long way from that. 15 years at least before it would start to realize anything like that. Price spike was due to buying. In your opinion, why did the shorts not close? Jan, March time? Is their position that big? I mean, it was, their position's huge. They did close. There was covering that occurred during the initial parts of the January squeeze, but then once it started to get out of control, it ceased, right? Like once covering was no longer an option, they stopped covering. And then, yeah, the run up really started in earnest. But yeah, I mean, they were underwater thousands of percent already at the prices we were trading at, just moving in to the end of like December. You know, a lot of that short position down at, you know, $2, $3, $5. What do you make of AMC buying at 20? It's just a pump and dump. Adam Aaron pump and dumping with his shareholders' money. Yeah, no problem, DC Weiser. I was looking to swing trade it, so I was gonna buy 2 to 3 weeks out. Yeah, that's about right for swings. Average, it depends. That's too far out on the SPY for near the money calls. I 430. I 430 is not near the money. 430 is out of the money, right? It's SPY's trading at what right now? 423. You're $7 out of the money. That's not near the money. Near the money would be like 424, 425 at most. At the money would be 423. And then, like, what are you targeting with a 430 call? Like, a lot of the times, if you're trading the SPY, it's better to be in the money. Because fucking news events and political events can occur, and you don't want to get burned. Also, a lot of the price action from those on the SPY occurs overnight. So, you know, you might close here and open here. And the money calls can protect you a little bit more. Yeah, having a rabid fan base and tech and being overshorted are all good, but you still have to have something to back $1 trillion valuation. I bought a July 15th 100C when it was well in the money. It's now down 50% after the dip. Worth holding, or should I consider taking an L and rolling down and out? July 15. I think it's probably worth holding. I think our chances of climbing back up over 100 are pretty good. You probably should have sold it when it was in the money, like a lot. I'm sorry that happened. Or did we just never go up from the point when you bought it? I don't know. You definitely should have sold it when it moved to break even, though. Tesla did not have those assets for a long time. Tesla was worthless for a long time. It's a girlfriend's birthday. Chance you could say happy birthday to her as I'm breaking up with her tomorrow and she'll no longer hear your voice. Happy birthday, Velvet Jupiter's girlfriend. You can do better. With the NFT marketplace, GameStop could be worth $1 trillion in market cap. Sure, dude. GameStop NFT marketplace worth more than Bitcoin. You got it. It took Apple 30 years to be worth $1 trillion. Jimmy. Oh, I fucking totally lost my place. Jimmy's not even a year into the restructure. Yeah. Aren't they buried in debt? Yeah. I don't think they care, right? The company's just going to go bankrupt. You bullish on killing bugs? Terminex ripping? Not particularly. Yeah, trading the SPY is like a full-time job. If that's what you're gonna trade, you need to spend a lot of time and effort and learning and practicing it. Because there's a lot of strategies. There's like straddle strategies where you buy a short position at resistance tests, right? And then wait for like the breakdown, and then when it finds support again, you sell out of the short position. And then double down your long position as it moves back up. Like there's all kinds of shit. I missed a super chat? No, I didn't. I read the super chat. I never saw Billions. People keep telling me to watch it, but I don't have share time. I don't know where I would see it. Do you think BBY is more likely to MOASS than GME at this point? I mean, no, because it's not nearly as illiquid. If So's wireless controller patent might have some interesting market value. Maybe. Does the RCBBY buy-in cause a GME squeeze or just a Bryce run? We'll find out. Borrow rate on IBKR up. Yeah, it's moving up again. I noticed that this morning. Volatility's up 1. Commodities are, I would say commodities are less, well, they're manipulated in more predictable ways. Technically, theoretically, crypto doesn't have any real manipulation. They're not the same type, right? Like if you're just practicing TA to trade, crypto is probably best. Billions is on Hulu. Oh, okay. I do have Hulu, I think. I usually want to aim for like 5 to 10% returns per trade, like K. Or I do. Some people don't aim that high. Some people aim like 3 to 5. But I trade momentum, so usually the moves that I'm trying to trade are bigger. Do you hold any XRT? I don't hold any XRT, but I have contracts on it. I think BBY could easily hit $60 to $80. The manipulation of crypto just feels better. I ever asked you, what do you think about ADA in the long term? I own a bunch of it. I think like you should wait till Gap's in here again and ask him. He loves to talk about that shit. The first SLS must be completed at the end of March 2022 will be due May 4th. If that's the case, will we not see impacts until later? It seems that that's the settlement is due by May 4th. Hedgies for wedgies. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm permanently banned from Super Stonk. Do you think the subreddit has been compromised? Either that or it's run by morons. Does high frequency crypto trading basically just capture chop and arbitrage? For the most part. There's some manipulation that occurs in the crypto markets. It's just not very effective. Is $80 a fair valuation for BBBY? I mean, their book value is significantly higher than their market value. They have like $7 billion in assets plus their cash flow. I mean, they're undervalued, definitely. 80, maybe 60. I could definitely see in a year, in less than a year. You think short hedge funds are shorting Jimmy so hard it's cheaper to cover possible FTD pileup from RC's BBBY buy-in? Maybe. Why would FTDs pile up? I mean, FTDs aren't going to pile up on GME from the BBY buy-in, right?
What it does is when the ETFs are cleared, right, it causes more movement because it creates more pressure on the ETF. Like buying into BBY is not going to affect GameStop FTDs. It'll affect ETF FTDs. BBY moving to test 20 again? Ooh. Hmm. Yeah. Does higher frequency of trade equal higher profits? No. I think that's actually one of the biggest mistakes new traders make is trying to trade everything. You need to be patient and wait for good entries. And some days you don't even get one. A lot of days you don't get one. You're targeting 2% return on 4% risk? Isn't that backwards? You just have no idea what you're talking about, do you, Monster Buddy? Jesus Christ, man. What do you mean destroy the basket of swaps? Option volume on XRT super low today. That makes sense moving into the rebalance. I think more consistent returns, Garrison. For HFT, it's just they're playing the arbitrage, right? So there's less risk. It's not that the return rate is higher, it's just that the risk is much lower. Is Jimmy's reported 19% of the float short bullish? Yeah. I mean, that's a very high short percentage. Even if there was no other, but there is. I mean, we already know about it. Will you please look at MMAT's stock chart and briefly tell me what's today's chart looks like? First time I've seen upwards barcode. Is that the way to describe it? I looked at it earlier. I know it was running. Oh, no, that's not it. I mean, it's not really. It's just you're just seeing high frequency trading occur in between these breakouts. MMAT has a 2 million free float, so good target for high frequency traders. Just also volatile bid ask, it looks like. About a, 1 cent spread, but remember, based on the price of the stock, that's a lot. So probably a combination of like some high frequency trading and a little bit of width in the bid ask. I have no idea, Georgie. You don't know? I don't know what. No, you don't know. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. We've been over this. These are your opinions. They're not based in fact. You just make shit up. What basket of swaps? Each asset has swaps. It's not a basket. If you're referring to the ETFs, those are a basket, but only because the assets are combined in an asset pool. Check out Stitch Fix. Ran in Jan, March, and June. 19% SI. I really don't want to. What's the ticker? So you're just using one term to describe multiple things that aren't connected to each other necessarily at all. Leaps are options. They have nothing to do with futures. Let's not read carefully. You're being intentionally. You're being intentionally vague to infer that you know what you're talking about. That's why you're not discussing specifics. Jimmy breaking out from Crocodile. You don't believe me? Wait 5 minutes. I don't not believe you. It's sure. It's very clear you don't like what I say because you say bullshit. You say bullshit things based on old misinformed DDs and then spread it around like you know what you're talking about. You've demonstrated a lack of knowledge in the Discord and on the YouTube in not only options but other advanced derivatives like swaps and futures. You do not seem to fully understand how short interest or CNS work, and also no knowledge of the way in which ETFs work or how they're used to short GameStop. Besides what's derived from DDs, many of which the DDs that you've referenced I have read and are wrong. So you've done no studying on your own to confirm these DDs or verify if the facts presented are truth or not. And then you go around acting like you're correct, exuding misinformed confidence and Dunning-Krugering all over all my chats. And it's annoying as fuck. Take a step back, learn something, and then discuss it like you know what you're talking about. You and your mindset are the exact problem that this community has had from day one. Believing everything that's written. Fucking monster, buddy. I'll be right back. Do me next. That's not what it's about. You should set up a quick IQ test each morning before letting people into the chat. I read somewhere that RC is shorting GME to facilitate DRS, and nobody has proven that to be wrong, so I believe it. Okay. Is it okay to take an antihistamine before going to... How the fuck would I know? Probably not if you're receiving anesthesia. Maybe ask your doctor. Bring open mic to the chat. Challenge users, DD creators, etc. Good marketing for your channel. I'm not good at marketing. Fuck you, JFresh. Wait a minute, so you're telling me everything on the internet isn't true? I am. It's people with their... Here's my completely untestable thesis. Prove it wrong. It's no better than like fucking Adabit going around going, hey guys, dark pools, right? Those are crazy. Or fucking No Fox with his margin doesn't exist because I don't think it does. There's no requirements. Everything can be leveraged 1,000 times and 1,000 times again. Or fucking Shids with his crypto kind of looks kind of like the market and that tracks GME and So crypto must be manipulating GameStop. God exists. Prove me wrong. Why bother? You bastard. Fuck you, popcorn trader. You son of a bitch. How dare you send me something so sensational? It's just rude. Those all the same person? They sound the same. Maybe. You can't prove wrong belief. You just have to wish upon a star. I know. GameStop says it will announce the NFT marketplace either in a 10K or 10Q straight from the GameStop Investors Relations website. I mean, that would be through the SEC, but where? When? When did they say this? Sometimes I wish you were Canadian, but times like this, when you're ripping people, I'm glad you're mostly all New Yorkian. Thanks. Is this kind of a Head and Shoulders? No. No, it's just trying to catch some support. And this is just volatility, but I mean, no. You don't really have any shoulders, right? It's just flat, and then we went up, and then down, and then flat again. Like a Head and Shoulders is a bullish uptrend that, you know, loses strength, and then it comes back stronger and fails again. And then on the third push, it no longer has the strength to support this price level. And then fails back down to usually where the trend started. Maybe it was all just a big distribution phase and we'll all be bag holders until the next one. What do you like about New York? There's a lot of stuff. I lost so much money on OPEX not happening that my wings were clipped. Go ahead and shame me. I'll get priaprisms for how much it gets me off. Shame. Shame upon Popcorn Trader. You fucking worthless prick. Can you DRS your puts? No, that's retarded. Is my mom being on reg show threshold list same as Gherk not being able to borrow her anymore? Thank you, Pickled Squirrel. Is it possible we don't understand short? We didn't understand short interest. Jimmy is literally short and cannot be taller or a baller, and it won't get a phone and a girl to call her. Thanks, Odorous Colon. That was fantastic poetry. He's got a pre-borrow agreement. She's still good. As the unofficial leader of the unofficial marketing, can I promote that you post snap calves in the country club? I don't know what you're talking about. Pentuple bottom, is that bullish? No. Do you think we'll see any reaction to earnings this week, be it up or down, or nothing till next week? I mean, we might. I don't know what's going to get said at the earnings call any more than anybody else. I wish people would stop asking me to try to predict earnings. Yell at me some more. I'm almost done. Fuck you, you son of a bitch. Drive me fucking nuts. And puts are bad for the stock because it makes people sad about it. Gurk. Predict earnings. You always said that mining companies are shady because they keep diluting their shares. AMC, yeah. AMC is the OTC mining company that everyone loves to buy. What do you think is RC's strategy, purpose of BBY, and in general? If you check my Reddit profile, I wrote a DD on it over the weekend. If you want to know more about what I think he's doing. I know you don't hate me, but yes, you do drive me absolutely fucking insane. J-Fresh for mod. I'm about to. Just predict the size of the post earnings dip. Laugh so hard at the news. It will be hilarious once AMC becomes what it craves to be most, a pink sheet stock. Fossil, I think it might be a weirdly fine play. Fintel showing SI at 11%, with Susquehanna being largest short. I think it was moving in line with GameStop not that long ago. Like a similar November run up, and what was it, August? What did it do in August? It ran a bit in August. Shut up on Mayo packs. 28. I don't love where it's at right now because these can get rejected, right? And we're in the middle of a market decline, so you're gonna see this pattern everywhere. And this is not necessarily a bottom, right? These can break up and then come crashing down again. Usually there's some false bottoms to like a big steep correction. So I'm not actually a big fan of buying anything like super long term right now, unless I think it has some resistance to the overall market, like GameStop. Which odds are higher, me becoming a mod or MOASS occurring? MOASS. That was a year ago, Daniel. So, I mean, it's kind of irrelevant. It seems like something that the media is bringing up now in order to explain the 15% drop we experienced yesterday. If nothing else. I'll consider making JFresh mod if he runs the FTD reports tonight. If not, I'll give him some kind of treat. What would you do if DFB was a surprise guest at the earnings call and the only thing he said was ban Darth Dan? I would ban Darth Dan from everything. I would cut him out of my life. I would delete every message he'd ever posted in the Discord. It would be like he never existed. Oh, Monster Buddy, you don't have to wait for JFresh to become mod to be timed out. I'll do that right now. I have a meeting with a realtor today about finding a house. How should I describe my investment style to her? High risk derivatives. high risk, low return derivatives. I don't know, Captain Morgan. Do you think that action earlier today was FTDs? It's possible. We had FTDs from fairly significant dates today, so some of this could have been, but it was also probably the uptick in the market, right? I mean, like CNS should just net out flat unless, you know, there's some pressure either to the up or downside. Today was ETF FTDs, I believe, from 126, which was a day we ran, and also FTDs from it was 126 and 128 or 127 and 28 from MMs. So both of these were days that we ran. So FTDs today probably were higher, which would explain our volume. Yesterday was 125, which and 27, so that could also explain our volume. But maybe our FTDs yesterday were like net long. If people were like FOMOing into the T plus, like the leap T+2, that could have created a lot of net long FTDs. Or if there was big institutional buying on that day. So my strat, when done on the 1 minute, 30 minute for Ford, has 8.246 profit factor with 50% profitable trades, 49 trades. Well, that's good. Like, K. That seems solid. As long as your, you know, risk is low, you should be able to up that, or at least up the amount of profit you're taking off the table in excess of your risk. If you're hitting 50% of the time and your risk is lower than your reward, then you'll come out on top. Congratulations, Ghost of Unidan. Was Prague ever a play? I don't think so. Yeah, people were talking about it a lot, but I think it was just a steaming pile of shit. Usually if something's popular, no one ever makes money on it. Like if you start hearing about something in the news a lot and you're not already in on it, you're getting in too late. That's why I don't like, that's like one of the things I don't like about MULN is like you're starting to hear a lot about it, but if you weren't in it down at like 50 cents, what's the fucking point? Like the company is garbage, right? It's got no actual value. Selling CSPs at 18 on BBY, thoughts? Decent entry price. If you can get a fill, you might not. That $20 resistance band is strong. When is the institutional buying going to start, in your opinion? I mean, we're almost low enough. But like right at the cusp. If we fell down into the 60s, I think we could see a lot of it. That's the story of GameStop. I don't know. I made a lot of money on GameStop after it became popular, so I wouldn't say that's entirely true. But yeah, if you were buying into GameStop in January when it really started to hit the news, like you were already buying in too late for the most part. I mean, downloading stock twits and checking the trending page isn't a good investment strategy. I do. What's your opinion of Sundial? It's a pile of shit. It's way over liquidated in order to reap capital. It's already one of my least favorite investments sectors, which is Canadian marijuana. I think they're worthless and will continue to be worthless for the foreseeable future. There was a brief opportunity to make some money there if you were a pothead and like to buy stocks, which is most of the people that made money there. AMC about to get into popcorn delivery. That's where the money's at. You know, I could buy a bag of popcorn for like $2 and I have an air popper in my kitchen. Done. This is like the entire investment's like $22. You should make a new account and continue to post DDs anonymously. Why would I do that? I mean, I know how to get karma in order to move ahead with that, but no. Because the SS community needs your DDs. Then they should reassess the value of their moderation team. Doing that is a great way to get banned from Reddit. What? Oh, yeah, I know. If you create another account and try to evade a ban. I have no interest in evading a ban. I just simply won't post there anymore. It's much easier. Any reason why this financial news thing I subscribing to is calling a market crash at 2 p.m. tomorrow? No. Bullish. Or bearish. Bull bear. Spot on the daily resemble a Wyckoff. Spot looks dead. Silicon. Looks dead as fuck right now. The speculative valuations are being driven out of the market like crazy. So I wouldn't say it's really Wyckoff more than it's just overall economic factors. SEC sending information requests to the accounting firms. When ASMR? Thanks, JB. I did some earlier. Do you have your permission to copy paste your DD into Superstock with some slight changes to make it seem like it wasn't yours? just to see how much they like it from someone else? No, I already know because people already do that a lot more. Does anyone pay for Fentel data? I have it. What do you want, Shelly? What's your cost basis on your shares? Like without my options position? It's around like 68 total. In the accounts I have shares, I think I have them at 113, 47, 68, and 54. What are these? Oh, these are at one. Well, yeah, these are at 113, 112.95. But if you tack on the like current options position to that, it moves it up. Yeah, I do. I think most of the short position affecting GameStop is a short position across the entire sector that GameStop is in. Even the big names like Apple and Microsoft are having the hype valuation of 2020-21 deflated. I'm just curious how close the market thinks the blue chips are to fair value already. I mean, technically, like big tech shouldn't be that affected by a downturn in the market or by inflation. So, I mean, I think they'll perform well over the next several years, and the discounts are fantastic. That's why I'm trying to get into Apple or Amazon and Google right now before their splits. Will our $75 CSP print big this Friday? Tell me it will, bro. We'll find out. I mean, I'm down to buy more at 75. It's a perfectly acceptable price. Would you wait after earnings to buy more shares? I mean, I have 75 CSPs right now. If we drop, I'm gonna get assigned. BlackRock has an institutional holding, but I can't see their holdings. I can't see the cost basis holding in ETFs. I'll look. So you just want me to look up fossil and top owner cost basis? Give me a second. I'll take a look. So BlackRock and Fidelity. BlackRock's cost basis for their 7.986 million shares is kind of high. Hold on, I gotta. Uh, 153 million. Fidelity's cost basis. Oh, average share price paid. There it is. So BlackRock at 19.26, Fidelity at 60 $7.80. Contrarious Investments at $10. Fidelity's low priced stock fund at $11.47. Vanguard at $80. State Street at 60. Bank of New York Mellon at 89.09. Northern Trust Corp at 99.24. When the fuck was the price of this stock that much? It doesn't look like they're ever going to sell it. Oh, back here. So they all like, it looks like they all bought in back here or near that range back in like 2011. They'll just use liquidity to drop us like they always do. Probably. I mean, that's the most likely outcome. Huh. Interesting. Falling back down into close after failing to achieve the 424 breakout. Yeah, it doesn't look good into close. I don't know if there's much to trade here. You got a $2 move. So if you're buying and this bounce is still needs to see an upper rejection. Cause this like long-term trend looks like it's holding. So it might even test again today, right? So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily play the downside on after, especially after this double bottom and then this higher low. No, I don't like playing the downside into the end of the day. At least I wouldn't enter it now. I would wait for it to slip below like 422.13 towards view up. I sold some of my in the money in green AMDs and my green BBBY ADC Jan 23, made a profit, and turned around and bought some GME calls. Probably should have waited for Ivy Crush, but whatever. Awesome, Amy. I gotta go to work. Tell you is not mad. Come on, love. What are your thoughts on trading the daily chart? Like swinging? What do you mean? Be more specific, David. I usually use multiple time frames to check an analysis, not just the daily. Do you have enough to double your position if you wanted to? I'd have to sell my Tesla, which I don't really want to do because it pays my rent. in bills. I might though. We'd have to drop below 60. And I'd probably just buy options. So I probably wouldn't even like if we drop below $60, I'm just going to be buying like 70 and $80 leaps. Just tons of them, as many as I can, because the cost per share will be way cheaper than buying at market. Like even now, like what's the cost per share for like $100 Jan leaps? Like $24. The deals are so much better. Oh, that was okay. So Jan 24, $31. Yeah. So even at the prices we're trading at now, and if we dropped, like this would go down significantly. You think we'll see back to the 130, 150 range anytime soon? I think it'll depend a lot on earnings and what happens with BBBY and what happens with these ETF rebalances coming up and dividends over the next couple weeks. Also, if we get moved back into the Russell Russell 2000 in May, that's going to drive price action. It's a lot of buying. Amazon support levels. I mean, I'm not buying any shares right now, but right now I have a cash secured put sold at I think it's 2,800. What did I sell it for? March 25th. Was it 2,800? I don't have that brokerage open right now. Yeah, it's the one at 2,800. So I'm just selling them until I have enough to buy however many shares I want. Which I'm still not sure yet, but I'm gonna keep selling them. Like I'm doing like 2 weeks at the low resistance. And it nets about 3,000 to 4,000 every 2 weeks. So which translates to, 1 to like 1.25 shares a week until the split. And then I'll buy in once the split starts to run. The problem is you need a lot of margin to sell these. They're expensive. You need 280,000 in margin. Which even on like TDA or Tasty Works, that's like a 28 to $56,000 deposit. Plus maintenance, which isn't super cheap. So you're losing maintenance fees on top of that. Have you recalculated the average retail cost basis since our prolonged dip? Do you still think it's around 180? I can just tell you what it is. Currently, hold on. It's average retail cost basis currently is 139.07 to 223.46, with the majority concentration around 182.35. I could probably tighten that up a little bit, but that would be like the low, mid, high. Early Burry spent 115 million on CDS or MBS. His investment went down 60% to 6 million while waiting for MBS to pop. He was even pressured into selling some of his CDS before the win. Yeah. Second half of Feb, yeah. Silicon. I think it has some squeeze potential based on the institutional ownership cost basis being high, reported SI being where it is, and participation in the R2K basket. Possible, but it's kind of squeezed out a lot over the last year, right? Like it's no different than buying into like GameStop or BBBY right now. And I would say that at that cost basis, you know, BBBY is a better target given Cohen's recent buy-in. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm always watching all of the like ETF meme basket stocks for any big transformational changes because they do already have that pre-existing pressure on them. So retail hasn't been buying the dip. We just haven't traded a lot of volume low, honestly. Compared to how much volume we traded at the like 180 range, we haven't traded nearly that amount of volume below it. That's why like our weighted VWAP for back since the flash crash in March is still at like 180. And retail's buying it. It's just not a lot, right? Like no one's buying a lot. I can buy the dip or BBY. And it's up to you. Do you remember so we had the flash crash in March to 112 and everybody was commenting this is the way? I do. Well, I will tell you that before GameStop pops off, we will have shaken basically all of the paper hands. And they will all come flooding back when the time is ripe. I'd love to crash to 112 right now. I think the FTD data is available now. Okay, I have to have it. We have to analyze it and check the ETF baskets and everything. Was this the biggest potential market play you've seen? What? Fed meeting? Ooh. Coming up. See, I told whoever wanted to play the short side, see how it came back up? You have to make sure that you're not just focused when, especially when you're trading the SPY. I can give this advice. Don't focus just on your short-term analysis. Like if you're just looking at your intraday and you're ignoring the other prevailing trends, you will get wrecked. So if you're just focusing on that breakdown and ignoring, you know, this longer ascending channel, and you went short there, you know, you'd already be pushed out of the money. Is GME the biggest potential moneymaker you've seen since trading and investing? No. It's one of them. There's always somewhere to make money. There's always a new MOASS and a new squeeze and a... I'm not saying GME doesn't have the potential to do far more than others have in the past, but I mean, I was in Tesla, and not all money is made on the long side either, right? Like, you know, I was very short the market in 2020. Tesla has had and still continues to have growth far beyond anything GME has seen. I mean, if you bought Tesla back at like $50, I mean, GameStop has never reached that level of performance. I would say it's outperformed AMD. Let's see what else. If CAT drops back to 180 and repeats the channel one more time, I'll have made more money on CAT than I did on GameStop. So, I mean, it really just depends, but how you look at it. I do think GameStop has a lot of potential. But I don't think it's the only thing with potential. I feel like BBBY now has a lot of potential as well in its relation to GameStop. For those that missed the boat on GameStop, I think BBBY is also very looks like it has a very positive future ahead of it, at least in the next 6 months. So I'm pretty heavily investing into that right now. My cost basis is still up, but I think before the middle of next month I might be able to get it down around 18. You quickly go over BBBY's potential. Between their inventory, properties, cash flow, I would say that they're and their share buyback. Don't forget. Their cash flow, like their valuation, book valuation, is probably somewhere between like 7 to 10. I haven't done a full analysis on this, but this is like an estimate, 7 to 10 billion. Current market cap, I think, is like, it's super low. It's 1.89. This could take some time to realize this, but it may not with the ETF FTDs and the pressure generated by Cohen's buy-in. This may be realized briefly, then it may come back down, and then over time re-realize these values. I think if they spin off Baby, I think that's like a 3 billion market cap brand, and you would just get free shares from it. There's a kind of interesting thing that someone brought up before. A few times people have brought this up, but there is a potential that Cohen spins a company off of GameStop. Like, God, I hate the name of this, but and like say GME shareholders get 10 shares of this for every share of this. And short sellers would be forced to provide these shares. Same thing for BBBY if they were to spin off the baby brand. And this creates a like a dividend type scenario. Because now the short hedge funds have to provide 10 shares or whatever of the new company to previous investors for the shares they're short, and it can trigger a short squeeze. It's happened in the past. It's rare, but it happens. And I'm more interested in it now because he's specifically outlining a path to that specific strategy with BBBY. You promise? I'm not promising. I'm not the one doing it. It's a way. I don't know if he's going to do it, but it's something he could do. There's nothing should be ignored, right? Yeah, O did that in the past. Look at my math in Quantcord. What are you doing math for? Estimated they created 1.9 million shares of XRT, then redeemed them over the second half of Feb, adding the FTDs that mysteriously increased at the same time. Total is almost 2.5 million shares. 2% of that, I'm guessing, is the weight of GME for their basket is 50,000 shares. I think 2% is small. The amount of GME and XRT. I know Bye Bye Baby is already a play on Bye Bye Baby, but they should still do a spin-off of that name. You can go there to trade in your unwanted children and they sell refurbs. Combine that with the theory I mentioned to you previously that the spinoff is an NFT marketplace, so we all get blocks from the chain that it's built on. Sploosh. I still don't see him trying to like privatize an exchange because it's like it only has any value if other people also move to that exchange, which is unlikely. Can you explain GME options to open up for the next year besides when can we expect GME options to open up for next year besides January? After June, I think. We should get April's for 24 or for 2023. I think April's, oh no, April's will come in October. XRT dividend, big deal or not? I mean, it's severely sold short, so yeah. I don't think GameStop's gonna buy baby. I mean, they could, but I doubt it. I don't think that's the point. Have you discussed earnings expectations for GMA? It's Q4. They're retail. They should beat. Expectations are set, I think, a little high intentionally, and I mean that's all you can predict, George. There's not much else to say. They were well positioned for a good Q4. Hopefully they have one. But if they're still investing a significant amount of capital into growth, or I expect EPS to not. I don't expect like fantastic EPS. Did you lose much money day trading when you first started? No, I used to be really I lose way more money now than I did back then. I used to be super strict with my risk management. Now I have more money, so I can take more risk, and I'm a little less focused than I used to be. It's different when you're, trading because you want to invest in things and make money versus trading to survive. My only problem with NFT dividend is that not all investors in Jumi are on Superstock or even remotely have a wallet. How would they? There's going to be no NFT dividend. Dividends have to be fungible by their very nature. So there will never be an NFT dividend. There could be a tokenized NFT released as like a crypto dividend, but it's very unlikely. And what would happen is shareholders outside of Superstock that aren't DRS or have no way to collect that dividend, should that dividend have its own valuation that accrues due to the rarity of it, would sue GameStop because the cash equivalency did not match the value that other shareholders received. And this is what happened with Overstock. Overstock got sued by fucking everybody, and the CEO went crazy. Did you row today? No, I'll do it after. I did it yesterday. I did go for a walk this morning before the stream. And that I kind of ended up getting back a little late, so I had to rush things. Nope, that was yesterday. I went for a walk yesterday before the stream. What the fuck did I do today? Is it Monday? Wednesday? It's Monday. It's Wednesday. No, I just woke up late today. What skill sets do you think are most important for day trading? Risk management. That's it. That's the only one. It's the only one that matters. You don't even, if you have good risk management, you don't need to actually know anything else. You can just go, oh, this looks like it's moving up, and buy some. And then if it doesn't, sell immediately. And you'll still, I mean, like, you'll do better with understanding of technical analysis and things like that. But risk management is more important than anything else by leaps and bounds. The argument regarding being sued? No, because people still sue. Didn't even get far enough to get sued. SEC required 6-month lockdown to ensure that peeps had time to figure out how to access wallets, and CEO went crazy, sold his entire position and resigned. I mean, they're still in legal battles, Gaff. They've won some of them, right? But not all. If someone wanted to ask you about Cardano. Q day trade with just shares? Yeah, that's generally how it's done. What about a gift card dividend? Still hurts their bottom line though, right? Am I dipping off the camera again? Sorry. Move over here so that when I lean. RC may not take as blatant action as Overstock CEO did, but at least we can surmise from his tweets and BBY buy that he wants the shorts out. I agree. And I think he's bringing the fight to them on multiple fronts, which is bullish as fuck. I'm all about it. Free monster buddy. I only timed him out for like 300 seconds. He's been free for a while. Do options day traders have a worse reputation than stock day traders? Probably not. Options can, I mean, you can hedge your entries with options. You can play neutral strategies. Options are safer. They just require more upfront capital. They got sued, but all of the above still happened. What they ended up releasing was not the same as originally scoped because they had to fight the SEC for it and didn't want to. Did you say someone wanted to speak to me about the future of crypto? Yes. Like options can be used to generate just like income, right? Like you can sell short condors and things like that. Just generate like income off of option sales. You don't need to speculate with options. It can be used for lots of various strategies. So they're more flexible than stock where you're you know, it's very linear. It's either long or short, right? You can like a short condor, you know, you'll profit as long as the price of the underlying falls between these, you know, 2 points, whatever the strikes may be, like say like 300 and 100, right? So as long as the stock, as long as your options that you sold expire you know, within this range, you know, you're gonna maximize the profit. And so but like the risk would be of falling out of that range. Please say more words. I mean, I had cheap Tesla options that I exercised back when it first started to run up, and you know, the rest of my position was all in options. I sold those options off, but I exercised a few, and I used those to sell covered calls, and it's just like income, right? I've gotten assigned a few times when it's really run out of control, and I just buy back in when it falls below. So I just switch to like, it's like a very slow wheel. I do it pretty far out of the money. I don't really get long. I think I've lost the long term. Well, I might be getting close to holding them for a year again, like the long term capital gains on them if I wanted to sell them, but I don't really. It's Tesla options remain extremely expensive, so. How many shares do I need to make retirement money? Let's see. This week I sold 830s. Next week, these were a little bit more when I sold them. I think they were like 19. So, and I sold 4. Did I sell 4? I sold 4. So for the week beginning, what was Monday? 3/14. I don't even know what day it is. I'm so fucking out of it. So 3/14 through 3/25. 8 grand, roughly. There's gonna be fees on this, but roughly $8,000 as long as Tesla doesn't break 830 and I have to buy them back. So 16,000 a month with 400 shares. That's probably sufficient for most people's retirement. You have to manage it. It's an actively managed position, so it's not something you can just ignore if you're selling that close to the money, but how many shares of GME? GME's trickier. It's way more volatile in its boundary ranges. Like, and that's why I don't really like selling covered calls on GameStop very much, because it's easier to get assigned. And you know, the calls are worth much less. But say you were to take a fairly safe position this week, like above. See, Delta Neutral's really deviated right now, but say you were to sell them for next week above Delta Neutral, you can make $250 per 100 shares. So like, if you have 1,000 shares, you can do like 2,500 a week. What would you consider a long position? At what price would you consider a long position on Palantir? Before you consider that, let me ask you what makes you want to take a long position. Like, I have a long position on Palantir, but what makes you want to take one? Like, what's your goal here? They have not been performing well. I mean, this is a great price. This is like their DPO price, basically, that it's trading at right now. And with volatility spikes in Palantir, you can absolutely cover your entire cost basis over time. But it's just, what's your holding period? Because you're looking at probably 5 years if they ever actually make any fucking money, which, you know, they've successfully not done for 15. So it's I don't love it. It's up to you, but I don't love it. And that's coming from someone who owns it. Roughly how much can one make selling one weekly covered call on Tesla? It depends on how much risk you take. Like if you're selling them very close to the money, you can make a lot. If you're selling them on like an intra-week spike or run, when volatility bumps, you know, you can roughly, like if you're really trying to like maximize profit, you could probably make like $2,000 or $3,000 a week on weeklies. And then if you're selling, you know, so what I usually do is I sell them at a I'll sell them further out of the money, but at 2 week intervals, right? So that way I can still afford to pull them back if I need to, and it gets like out of control, or roll them forward. But you know, also sell them at a safer price, but still collect roughly the same amount of money. So it's really just the range, you know. If you could sell them at 1,000, right? And what are Tesla 1,000 options? Like it's probably not going to hit 1,000 anytime soon. You know, you can make fucking $40 a week right now, but you know, it's probably not worth the investment, right? So it's better to be a little closer, but the objective when writing contracts is to sell garbage that appears like a good deal. This way you don't get assigned. Yeah, sort of. But usually the best place to sell your contract is where people are speculating the price will go, but you don't think it will reach that. Weekly CC resetting your holding period throws me for a loop. It doesn't. It only does if you get assigned. So you have to get assigned. It can pull your holding period off the table if you sell in the money, but as long as you're out of the money or at the money when you sell the contract and you don't get assigned, it doesn't reset your holding period. And that's to prevent people from like wash selling. That's all. I've gotten assigned on Tesla covered calls before, so that's why my holding period's been reset. Because I sold in the monies on peaks and the price kept going up, so I got assigned. 1K per share though. 1,000 shares is $100,000. That's barely ramen money. I don't know. It varies, Sean. I made a lot this month because of Cat and the VIX, but I may not make anything next month because I just don't have a lot positioned. I mean, I'll make some off like income and cover calls, but did you exit your VIX calls on the squeeze this morning? Yeah. What the ones I had, I didn't have a lot in VXX. Most of it was in VIX and UVXY. And those didn't really perform very well today. And those are just my hedge, and like VXX was part of that hedge, but it went way up, so I sold some. I stopped out at I think around $36. 37 maybe. I have to go check the order. So what I'm asking is 150s safe for this week? On GME, I mean, it's highly unlikely we would go that high. But it could happen. I mean, gamma maximum's at 142. You're really cutting it close. I mean, who the fuck knows what's going to happen at earnings? Probably not a lot, but something crazy could happen. What are 150s? Are they even worth it? Like, you're going to risk your position for $27? Like, on 100 shares, that only reduces the cost basis of their shares by 27 cents. The real question is like, are like 90s, like these values, like in this range, you don't want to be that far out because it's just pointless. I mean, I guess if you just want like free $27, sure. Like, the odds of you getting assigned are super, super fucking slim. It could happen, but GME requires, well, it just requires like more active management than other stocks, right? Like on GME, if you sold, 95s at here for the week, right? You could have bought them back here for half, right? And you just would have made that premium. Like, it just requires more active trading on covered calls. Are you gonna put a video on the School of Stocks about selling covered calls and managing them? Probably a more basic level of just like how to sell them and what selling them means would be that's actually like the next video that I'm working on. Do you think the VXX squeeze is done or just getting started? 90% short. Who the fuck knows? Honestly, it can keep going. It's an ETN. They're wonky. I don't know if it's going to keep squeezing or not. It's holding this fucking absurdly high price level in comparison to the VIX right now, so it's possible that there's more that needs to be squeezed out. I've looked into MMAT. I really don't like it. I know Houston's super big into it. They have something going on. I think their preferred stock is the better buy, but I don't really like either one very much. But it may not, right? Like, VXX may have just cleared out whatever it needed to this morning, and that's it. That's why I stopped out of it, because there's no guarantee. Like, it does look good. This is bullish for another breakout, but actually, fuck it. I'll gamble an option for a day. Let's see. 40, 42. Huh. That's weird. Is that not filling? Just buy VWAP? What was VWAP? $35 calls? Maybe I'll buy some like 325 35s. just to mess with it. GameStop doesn't even look bad today. I mean, I know it does, but like this is a good turnaround, like consolidation day after yesterday's abysmal price action. Is it still PCO on some brokerages? I have no idea. I'll find out. Could buy it on Schwab. 325.35s. Those are kind of fucking expensive. 40? Yeah. How do you find delta neutral? Add up the delta and divide it. Who would you say GameStop's biggest competitor is? Best Buy? Target, Best Buy, Walmart, Amazon, Steam. Because it's out of shares and it's an ETN. They don't want to issue more shares. Thoughts on monorail? Rockaway, Ogdenville, North Haverbrook. Wait, what? Where are these places? 110 safe? Oh, yeah. I mean, wait, for this week? No. For GameStop, Moon? No. Risky. Earnings. I mean, if you can buy them back, sure. And there's Crush, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not selling anything with earnings on the table. You're a greedy fuck. You're gonna get assigned again. And you're gonna get assigned at 110, and I hope we fucking move back to the 120, 130 floor. So you finally learn a lesson. Xbox Live and PSN stores. What the fuck is this? Furniture and mattress store? How? How is that? Just because market cap? Only 40 contracts? Like I said, if you can afford to buy them back, it doesn't matter, right? If you can't, dude, that's your problem, is that you're always selling them and you don't have the fucking capital on hand to buy them back. So even though most weeks you'll profit, on the weeks when it runs, you end up losing money. If you kept money on hand to buy them back, you could buy them back and then sell them again at the peak. I'm never selling CCs again. Moonwin in November, December, January, and February. It's been Moonwin all year. The second the price stagnates, he's like, I'm gonna sell some covered calls. Consumer electronics? Interesting. I don't like playing options into earnings. There's other ways to do it. You can sell condors right now, short iron condors, and capture, as long as your spread is wide enough, you could capture all the possible movement of earnings and capitalize on the IV. There's a lot of ways to do it, but I don't like just like long or shorting into earnings. It tends to, like, I'll usually buy protective puts into GameStop earnings because they drop it so hard afterwards. Like, that's what I did in like August and December. That's on weeklies. I wouldn't buy weeklies because the elevated IV, you just get crushed. Even if they drop the price, you'll get crushed after. So you have to buy them pretty far. So like in December, I brought protective puts for April, and then just like sold them at market open. I should have just waited till they dropped the price $100 more. But like if I were buying protective puts now, I'd probably be looking at like June or July, where IV is much lower. Because you're looking like out of the money, right? So say we enter earnings at like $80 and you're looking at like 75 or 70. I know they're expensive, but there's a reason. Then you'll lose a lot less value just in the contract itself post earnings. Straddles are fine too, but you still got to buy them far enough out that they don't get hurt by the IV crush. So like 45 DT at a minimum. GameStop fucking IV on weeklies right now is 222% at the money. If this crushes down to 100, you're going to lose 100% of the value of this contract. Weeklies are garbage on earnings. They're the fucking worst. You could sell like a short condor weekly, right? Because then you're gonna like pick up, you're selling the IV, and then when it crushes, you can buy it back and make that profit versus losing that profit or losing that value. I haven't bought them yet because I don't know what we're going to be trading at, but I'll probably buy protective puts, but I'm going to buy them. Usually I buy them at my cost basis, but we're already trading below that. So I don't know where I'd buy them. Maybe I just buy it at the money. I do like adrenaline. It makes me feel alive. Noob. Because it tracks futures, Jay Vanderheim. So it's probably like Contago. Tango. Right? That's why I want to sell CCs. It's risky. If you're selling them further out, it's better, but then you're losing the capitalization on IV, right? So you got to be like willing to sell CCs at the money and then ready to buy them back the next day if they move against you to really profit off of it. What's a good range for a condor for earnings? Like 50 to 150? Yeah, that's actually like perfect. Why the fuck is it called a condor? Because it looks like this. Hold on. I don't want to draw it. I can probably just Google it. These open in different windows. Don't want that one. Oh. Like a bird. So you have a long call, a long put, a short put, and a short call. And then as long as the price is kind of that in that like range in here, then you're good. Looks like we're moving up a little more. Daily afternoon reminder to update Reddit. I feel like I updated not that long ago, right? And today really flew by. It's not today. Oh. How do I read this scribble? Wind moon, not enough purple. Are my 250 cc's safe? You're gonna be just fine by polar bear. You draw one in front of the Jimmy price. What's up, Curious Still Dan? The thumbnails are always amazing, provided us by our fantastic artists in the Louvre. Seriously though, Gherk, 1 year icon, we're ready. Thanks, guys. Peak from June to cluster period of November highs to where we are at now resembles a clamshell type pattern that looks like we're about to start rising as another end resembling June highs. I mean, like distribution into accumulation. Yeah, it does look like that. You look at Jamie on the monthly, that looks bullish as fuck. This looks like some, I mean, we haven't had a green month in 4 months, but you know, we're kind of back at mean. Maybe what RC Mahoney was saying, buckle up, was he's gonna buy into bike. Is cash on premium available to buy back CCs? Sure, but it'll always, if CCs go up, the premium you collected will be less than what it costs. Like, you have to have other cash on hand besides the premium. Right? Because like if you sell a call at 250 and then the price goes up, that's going to move the price of this call up to like 260, right? And say you sell 2 of them, you know, you've got $500 credit, and then but to buy back is $520, right? Because you've taken a loss on the position. Yeah, but you missed Tesla and Cat, man. You guys are like 13 months in. Stop whining, pansies, Dr. Michael Burry. Greg's real team is... No, my name is not Moon. Hey, we crossed VWAP. That's actually kind of bullish if we can hold it. Is this high volume? I mean, yeah, actually. CNS going ham today. But see how like influenced the like daily CNS process is by the external market conditions. Like SPY's up, right? So we have some like active fund flow pressure on CNS, and like we know FTDs are moderately high today, right? And so that active buying creates an uptrend. And then if the market's stagnant, you know, we just trade sideways. But we will outperform and underperform the market. And if the market's trading down, we'll underperform, right? Because it's short interest pushing. So we almost will, the only way we ever perform in line with the market is if it's stagnant. Which is good to know, right? Because it means that on days when Jamie has both FTDs and positive pressure from the market, like it's probably going to go up like 3 to 6% depending on how much the market moves. You nearly drew the Etnies logo. Will we ever see 140 again? I mean, we need big movement, so we'll see if we get it. We need something to, we need a lot of pressure applied to the intraday CNS flow, right? So instead of, you know, just getting our like our peak into our dip and then coming back up, like we need it to like go like that. So we need a lot of pressure for those like 10-20% days. You need a lot of pause. So you need actual buying to be occurring on GameStop. You need the market to be moving up. And you need FTDs. But if you get all 3 of those, which happens occasionally, GameStop can really take off, especially because the bid-ask spread is moderately wide. Lots of gapping up. Will we ever see BBBY hit 420? I mean, maybe. I don't see any messages from you, Moon. What is CNS again? Continuous net settlement. Where do you post Pickles pics? In the Billionaires Country Club? Most weeks. If people remind me. Usually. His IRL name is Daddy. Got it legally changed. I have eaten roughly 2,000 calories worth of gummy bears today, and I'm not feeling great about it, both physically and emotionally. That's fucking disgusting, man. I know it's borderline irrelevant and it's mostly a shill distraction, but if the Q10 shows a large jump in DRS figure, do you think it could spur price improvement? No. How large? Like, what are you talking? Are we talking like 50% of the float? Maybe. I still think my estimate of 8 to 12 million shares DRS is going to be pretty fucking close. AMC announced 90% of the float owned by retail and no one cared. I mean, that was also kind of like spin on the actual figure. Like retail owns 90% of the shares available for retail to own, not 90% of the total shares. I mean, the board doesn't own any, which helps retail out a lot in owning more of the company. I wonder who they're gonna get to run it when Adam Aaron walks away. Maybe Trey trades. Thoughts on AMC purchase of that 22% of the failing mining company? This is like a pump and dump. AMC can't pump their own stock anymore, so they need to use their shareholders to pump other shit, right? So is now the time to sell my covered calls on BBBY? It's getting there. This is very exciting. Nope. Still garbage. Nope. You're wrong, man. Don't we only need 10% to push the board to vote on a share recall? No, because we're not one single investor. Or we could try. Fucking people want to hire a proxy lawyer. Also, the board can't recall shares. GameStop, besides what you've read in many posts about computer share, cannot recall their own stock. They don't own it. It's a public company. You can't recall something you don't own. They can perform actions which would encourage shareholders to call back their shares. It isn't Jimmy's interest to see that much potential lockup, even if it actually means nothing. Possible they dilute to offset and de-risk. Yeah. Not to mention the fees. Jesus Christ. I give up trying to guess it. I'm sure at some point someone has guessed it and he hasn't confirmed it. Some people have come close. If 12 million shares are currently DRS, wouldn't that cause price improvement theoretically? How? What do you think that changes? Let me ask you that. This is the problem this is one of the big problems I have with DRS. Is all the misinformation that surrounds it. There are a dozen trading view ideas in the last few days trying to confirm GME entering a downtrend, and it looks pretty desperate. I mean, today's a nice recovery from the technical downtrend, so a very nice recovery. Power hour, or I mean, we could move up more. I think we have some room to move up into like the 83, 84 range into close. I would say conservatively like 82.50. What do you think about GME's earnings? I mean, they should be better than Q3. We're only up like 4%, but we're up. We're up with almost equivalent volume to yesterday. This is a turnaround. We're building a floor at 80. It's good. I mean, it's a new low, which sucks, but it's good that we're stabilizing here. The sole reason to DRS is to prove retail ownership, which induces FOMO. From who? Who's FOMOing in because retail owns all the stock? Like if it reached 100%, theoretically, why would anyone buy it? It's already all owned. I mean, you already have proof of naked shorting, or if you want to call it that, synthetic shorting on DDS, right? They have, you know, a 4 million share float after you discount their, you know, inactive shares, closely held share pool. They have 4 million shares available, yet 60% of their float, or 50% of their float, is sold short, which would mean that more than 4 million shares are sold short, and yet nothing. I mean, they continue to have good earnings and the price improves. They had a nice little run when they released a special dividend, but it's not going to the moon, right? You know what has happened though is market makers have just walked away from it. They've dropped it like a hot potato, and so it now has no liquidity. We're not stable here, no, but we're stabilizing. Yeah, I mean, the SEC would probably freeze it. But DDS artists aren't cool like us. Okay. Would you wait until after earnings to buy more shares? I mean, if it dips to 75, I'm going to get assigned. But other than that, I don't have any intention to buy any shares right now. I think the reason people keep parroting that is the belief that dumb money thinks the squeeze is over. If Jimmy were to come out and say, actually, no, 100% owned by retail, FOMO, From who? Who's publishing the articles? Who's telling everyone? They're not going to say shit. We went down 15% yesterday. Barely any news. They had to fucking remanufacture some old shit from last year when that Nintendo guy left to explain the drop. I mean, it's just, no. Because who do you think has your back? What are you considering a safe strike to sell Tesla covered calls out of the money? 5, 10, 15? It's not that defined, Farmer Jed. You need to do analysis and figure out, you know, where the upper boundary is. You probably want to be above that. Some weeks it's, you know, nearer the money. Some weeks it's not. If it's an actively managed position, so you have to do some analysis on it. You can't just be like, I'm going to sell these 15% out of the money until I get assigned. I mean, you could, don't get me wrong. If your cost basis is, you know, at the current trading price, then it's okay. Z Templars, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. If Jimmy did squeeze, at what price do you think the government would come in and stop it? This is the problem. They can do that at any time. So who the fuck knows? I mean, play it safe, don't carry options after, you know, they're 10x. Just exercise them so you have stock in case they do freeze it. I mean, they could freeze it at 350 if they had cause. They could freeze it at 10,000. They could freeze it at 1 million. No one fucking knows because we're not them, and it would be probably done on the fly if it did squeeze in that situation. Can you please go to RSS and comment on Abbott's and Lightning DD? Oh wait, don't worry, I wouldn't have anything to say anyway. Can you briefly explain what happens when you get assigned on a CSP? Do you end up buying the shares? Yeah, the shares are put onto you. So as you're essentially you're being assigned those shares at that strike. So I sold 75 CSPs this week. And if the price drops and ends the week below 75, I will likely be assigned on these, right? Which means that I will have to buy 100 shares of GameStop at $75 a share for each contract. If the price closes above 75, like say we close the week out at 87, right? I will just simply collect the premium from selling these contracts. And I sold them on the dip yesterday, so it should be a decent premium. If I do end up buying their shares, I still receive the premium from selling the contracts. So it does lower the cost basis by that premium amount. So, you know, if your premium's like $250 per contract, you know, you're getting that discount per share. So, you know, even if you get assigned at 75, your cost basis on those shares is $72.50. Refer to the School of Stock video. I forgot about that. 90% of the time, I don't even remember I have that channel. What's up, Maximilian? Heading to Disneyland tomorrow, so I'm gonna need Jamie to hit 140 so I can be rich while I'm riding the teacups. At which point do you expect some effects for upwards price action? I expect earnings to just be volatile. I don't know if it's gonna go up or down, but probably both. I expect that to calm down to whichever side it lands on by Friday. But as for the outlying factors like quarterly expiration, ETF rebalance, XRT, and multiple ETF dividends, those all occur out into next week, between the 21st and 25th. So I have far higher expectations for next week than I do for this one. And I expect the importance of those occurrences to decline over the course of that week. So not a lot expected for next Friday, but like Monday higher, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Are you reading a script every time subscribers join? No, it's just like the thing I say when people join. I don't know what else to say. We be doing another collab with Cosmic Lightning Warrior? I don't know. Maybe if he wants to. Guy with 1.3 million subscribers just said hi. Welcome, my dude. That's crazy. How do you get that many people to look at your thing? How do you get not shadow banned on YouTube? Is it the cursing? Is it the calling my viewers cunts? What's doing it? Why doesn't YouTube like me? Tell me your secrets. It wasn't directed at you specifically, WebWeb. We need you to have a conversation with Lauer. I don't think I'm good for his brand. I'm really not good for anyone's brand. Do another collab with Cosmic. He's the traitor of our generation. Clearly the people's poet. You're absolutely right, Trash Dad. There's some website where I can see how much theta decay affects cover call every day for a weekly CC. Yeah. Optionstrat.com is free and pretty easy to use. I bet you've been consistently reported, and that's why. Oh, I'm sure. The people who hate watch me would never give up. Can you give me your opinion on DDS? Wondering if I should sell calls at this point. Do you have enough shares? It's hard to get a fill, but if you can get a fill at the ask, it's awesome. I mean, DDS has they're coming out with a dividend fairly soon, so I'd be wary of that if selling covered calls into that period. You wouldn't want to have open contracts during that. But also affected similarly by BBBY and GameStop and the rest of that ETF basket. So if XRT has its obligations cleared out, DDS can run, and it can run really, really hard. So be very, very careful of that. Like DDS can really move. Mr. Ego gets all self-deprecating. I'm not self-deprecating. It's just a fact. The things I do are not going to be popular. I'm surprised this many people have showed up, frankly. Can I purchase one-on-one tutoring time with the professor of Stonk U? No. I feel like I may be falling behind the rest of the class. Maybe once a week for an hour on Zoom. Why the fuck would I want to do that? I don't want to hang out with you. I'm not, go ask Uncle Bruce. Bruce will hang out with you. It's like $400 an hour or something. I think we're finding support at 80. I'm not going to stop ignoring you, man. Stop saying absurd things. On the DDS move, if dividend date is 330 and payday is 5.2, would you expect the move to be based on dividend? I think the X dividend date, you'd see movement. I mean, the short position's big, but I don't think they give a shit about, like, whatever it is. What is it, like 20-cent dividend or something? Like, they definitely cared about the $15 dividend. Why does BBY have so many March 18, 2021 puts? Is someone trying to push the price down? Or are those stupidly bullish spreads? Why not both? I don't know. I haven't looked at their options chain, really. Are they bought or sold? Is OI going up on them? I don't believe in an NFT dividend, but for the sake of argument, NFTs could be fungible and still not have a cash equivalent, if not good enough to go around. Seems brokers DTCC would be the ones sued, not GameStop. GameStop will get sued. They'll definitely get sued. It doesn't matter if they win, right? Like that's just a common misconception about lawsuits against corporate entities. Like they don't, the person suing them doesn't need to win the lawsuit. It's simply the act of suing that's a pain in the ass. Bad publicity and costly. Even if GameStop won every lawsuit, it's still not good. Like everyone's like, oh, well, you know, like Overstock set precedents and so it's fine. No, you still get sued. It's still shitty. It still ties up the company in uncertain legal battles, and fucking investors hate that. And it's not like our court systems are super efficient, so it can be for years and years and years. How many hundreds does it take out to hang out with you for an hour and learn about all the SPACs we should be buying? There's no price. I don't want to talk about SPACs. I don't care. Something tells me that Pi-Fi would hang out with any of us if he got $400 an hour. You'd be surprised. People, a lot of people have offered me, and I have not said yes to anyone. I'm not a financial advisor. I also can't get out of it by being in Canada. Then I've got to like record the sessions to prove that there's no malfeasance. It's just, I don't want to deal with it. I can just trade stocks. I don't need to fucking tell people what to buy. Docu looking good. Better. Much better. Ooh. It's almost there. 50 more cents, and I might buy some. God, it's gonna go to 85 overnight, isn't it? Piece of shit. Okay. I want a little more. It's not good enough. Good to know early Moanin or Monin. I'm calling it. Feds will freeze us out between 100 and 300K a share, not because they can, but because the amount of attention this play has had for the past 2 years. They don't care about us winning. They care about not letting global markets crumble on their watch. Yes, that's part of their duties, right? Is to ensure the safety of the market. Sorry to hear that, Parks Cars. It's shitty. I'm not in DDS at the moment. Wait, where did it go? But the chart looks good. Since you've been following it, I wanted to get your thoughts on when might be good to enter. I think you do it on 328 weeklies. The problem you're going to have is getting contracts. Frankly, Bob. Like, you're going to have a hard time finding liquidity at any strike. I don't think it's been getting any better. No, it's still awful. Look at the spread. There's a $200 spread at 300. The bid is $5 and the ask is $3. Or the bid is 5 cents and the ask is 3. Even at the money, like it's 5.10 to 9. It's a $400 spread. Your fucking nut mix is trash, yeah. Speaking of nut mix, dig into some of this. I don't really want to start a hedge fund because that would mean taking clients and dealing with other people's money. Then I'm responsible for those people and their money, which sounds terrible. Remember the early streams when you would say this is not financial advice and go on that spiel? Yeah. Then my buddy who's a lawyer was like, you don't need to do that. Just put a disclaimer in the description. And the mods paste it in chat every once in a while. But this is not financial advice. I am not a registered fiduciary, nor am I capable of making financial decisions on your behalf, as I do not personally trade your capital. Blah, 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 blah. The purpose of this stream is for entertainment and education only. Investing comes with significant risk, and you should speak to a registered fiduciary if you are interested in becoming an investor. Have you hired a security firm to protect the caramel bits in your nut mix? No, but that's a good idea. Under what conditions would you enjoy running a hedge fund? I'd want something like what Burry has, where people just give me money and I do whatever the fuck I want with it. I have GME calls for June. I'm subbed to this channel just for the food hacks. What is a game stock? Don't worry about it. I just bought docu weeklies. Jesus Christ. What would be the minimum required investment in an ideal world? In an ideal world, I would have a fund that didn't require that, but you can't have that. So, I guess you could with an ETF. I'd probably be more interested in opening ETF products than a fund if I were to do anything like that. New 52-week high tomorrow. Let's fucking go. I appreciate your bullishness. What are your thoughts on JPass speaking tomorrow? Would you expect a standard? Hold on, I lost my place. 0.25% rate rise? We'll see. I think he said he's pushing for that, so probably. Revenue beat, EPS miss. Probably short it. Twenty times leveraged ETF with futures and swaps. Just exchange rated traded REITs for parking lots, turd. Start a secondary fund called Chats Dumb Picks filled with penny bio and mining stocks. Don't forget shipping. Well, thank you for that vote of confidence, Stefan. Now that we've seen each other's calves, can you tell me if puts cost same like shares? No, they don't. I'm getting lira and rubles for next to nothing. Do you really think 2 to 4 years? For what? GameStop's turnaround? Yeah. They didn't come out of looking into Vanguard repositioning. Schwab had like a kind of odd $15 billion flow into their small cap ETF. We brought that up this morning. Turd pointed it out. It was with a B. Kirk stopped selling his covered calls to us. Spy broke. Ooh. Should have been paying attention to that. No, just up. SPY's doing a recovery. I'm not freeing anybody. Can we make a Gary V ETF where we don't actually invest in anything and just talk about it? Where's Dancho Villa? Unrelated. Do you need a partner for a cheese shop? Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's David El Cinco Herrera's game. All right. Don't try to butt in on our fucking cheese shop, JC. What's causing this afternoon's price improvement? The stock going up? What if short hedge funds eat the dividend costs instead of delivering the FTD volume? Or am I not thinking about this correctly? Well, that would be fine if there wasn't a rebalance involved. What does the rebalance matter? Oh, because they have to reset their asset pool for the following quarter, which means clearing out the shorts. Don't forget, it's on Reg Show threshold list right now too. Have you even seen El Cinco's calves? Might want to up your partnership standards. Yes, I want to say I have. Do you know the realized variance return R2 settlement dates for the last executed variance swap? I'd have to look. The last one entered, I think that was in January, but I have to see if they entered another one since then. The spot price on the last one that I looked at was, I think in the, I think it was actually in the 150s. Is it profitable for the payer in this case? The short hedge fund. I mean, yeah, we're trading at $80. They were entered higher. I don't know if they've opened any since the beginning of Feb because we don't have that data yet, I don't think. Speaking of which, when does that come out? When is the SEC releasing more swap data? What was the entry price you were looking at for Docu? 76.74 currently. Yeah, kind of here, actually. I should put a buy order in for 76.50. I want a lot of time. 77? No. May 80? $100. I wonder if I should just buy some shares too. That's good enough. If you think Jamie's turnaround will be 2 to 4 years, aren't there better investment opportunities? Or do you expect sudden price improvement? I don't know if there's better opportunities. I think the potential for Jamie is very high. I mean, of course, there's other opportunities, but I like this one. And I have a low cost basis. But I still think that GameStop is being overshorted via ETFs and has potential to run and drastically improve price in the short term. So I mean, I'm in it for the long haul regardless, but I still think the potential in the near term is there. If you had to eat only one cuisine for the rest of your life, what would it be? Yeah, Italian food. I mean, why I'd bother thinking about it. I think next on that list would probably be French or Japanese. I don't know. That's tougher. You know, in some countries, the cuisine is what they have. That's like the available food. There's not a lot of cuisine options. I think that's something that's mostly uniquely American, is just being able to like, oh, I'm going to eat from this country tonight. You laughed at me for Docu, and now you're buying in. Am I front running your trades? If so, I'm sorry. No, I was waiting for a breakout. So I don't know if you were here for it, Pog, but Docu came up on my shitty scanner that I'm trying to build, and so I'm waiting for the turnaround to see if it repeats the price action that Sens did when I bought into Sens way too soon. So this time I waited. Ideally I'd like to get to the point where I can confirm a bottom and then buy the bottom. So it's up a little bit from its low right now, but I want to make sure that I'm not, you know, gonna buy into it and it's gonna drop more. So that's why I was waiting for the confirmed breakout. And even with that, I'm playing it pretty tight at like 80 for May. So Kava. See, I don't know, JC. I don't know if I'd pick French or Japanese. Probably Japanese. I think I'd live longer. Try some delicious Delaware cuisine. What's that sausage shit they eat? Scrapple or something like that? This is like pig parts. My mother's not Persian. $80 strike for May for Docu. I don't suggest chasing it with me. It's probably super risky. They switched from LIBOR to SOFR. In Q4. So SOFR doesn't use the LIBOR rate as a benchmark. I think you're just saying things now, Monster Buddy. I sold a couple of 92 CSPs pre-earnings on Zaku for 1,500, which lowered my cost basis to 84. Right now, sitting at April 1480 CCs. I made 900 on. If those hit, I'll break even and just CSP again. I think it's a little undervalued. It was way overvalued, and now it's undervalued. So, with regards to your scanner, you hired or working with a programmer? No, my buddy's making it. The Ghost of Dan. Did you downgrade? Or upgrade? Thank you for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate it. I can't remember if you were one before or not. I feel like you were. I appreciate it all the same. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got roles. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon, man. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the
I've had food in Cincinnati before.
And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
I didn't know Oklahoma had cuisine. Look, he's building with Python. Who's your number one waifu? I'm not gonna lie, I'm not even sure what that term means. Any hopes for big ups? Yeah, next week. I've had squab, which is pigeon. So I've eaten pigeon, but I've never eaten whale. I would, I just haven't. Yeah, cat's starting to recover very nicely. I'll probably buy back into cat. But I'll probably buy back in at like 215. Actually, I should, because it can move. What count did I have cat in? The fuck? Okay. Huh. April 510s are up 38% today and down 85%. Huge success. Good job. What endangered species wouldn't you eat? Oh, those little tiny desert cats are super cute. Can you please go into detail the dilemma the short hedge funds face with regards to XRT dividend and rebalance and various scenarios short hedge funds might consider? No. Where does your programmer get the data for your scanner? If I'm not mistaken, he's using CBOE. Did you eat a sugar bear? Is that like a gummy bear? Do you have enlarged tonsils? Oh, maybe. I have kind of a sore throat right now. How did you know? Sore throat like mold or sore throat like COVID? It's not COVID. I don't know, just kind of dry. You go to detail on why we don't see your hair. Long, short. What's your hair's position? On top of my head? Sorry, sugar glider. Isn't that just like a squirrel? I've never had squirrel. I don't really like rodent meat. I don't like rabbit very much either. No, I didn't buy the humidifier. I should have. I have an Amazon cart of things that I've intended to buy and haven't. It's getting out of control. I like to have it all delivered at once. That way I can really get to know the delivery guy. I haven't eaten possum. I've had alligator and rattlesnake. Here in New York City, you've had squirrel. I mean, I've eaten at some shady restaurants, but interesting. Yeah, I've lived my entire life thinking rabbits were rodents. What's up, CC guy? I'm SS Troll. Look at you guys. Best friends already. So here there's a restaurant in downtown that serves fried alligator. Hated it. I never had it fried. I had it in like some sort of gumbo, or I don't know what the fuck it was. I was pretty drunk, but that's probably why I ate alligator. No, I'm alright, Baradactyl. Thanks for the offer. I just heard Evergrande's about to default. Again? I've had wild boar. Does RCBBY buy and compound the XRT rebalance dividend dilemma that the short hedge funds are faced with next week? Well, no, because BBBY isn't in XRT. So, but all of the S&P ETFs are rebalancing. It's not just XRT. So it's all the S&P 400, 500, 600s. What about the elk at Bear Burger? I've been to Bear Burger. I don't really like that place. I don't want to spend $18 on what is essentially a fast food burger. Bullish on cat for May monthlies. I just bought some more Junes. I bought back in. Apparently I didn't get stopped out on my 190s, so that's kind of shitty. And I don't know how they didn't lose enough value to get stopped out, but I'm still holding those, so thank God it's going back up. That was my confusion earlier, but I got stopped out on the rest of my contracts. I just bought into some 215s for June and 220s. So just following it up. As early as April 7th, depending on how the FTDs come in. We have to see. We get the FTD report, I think, is out right now, but we need to analyze it because we need to analyze it for BBBY and for GameStop and the surrounding ETFs. So it's probably gonna take a bit. I've had duck pretty often. I can't say that I've ever had bald eagle. No, Whataburger is definitely not worth a 3-hour wait. It's much like all local loved fast foods, really not worth it at all. Uni's all right. I don't like. I'm not a big fan of it. It's kind of slimy, but tofurkey is delicious. Is all that open interest at a $1 strike then marking puts long? No, it's part of the Jesus Christ, brain fart. You're talking about like the deep out of the money puts, Kyle. Those are part of the hedging for the variance swap or volatility swap baskets. You'll notice they're much lower than they were last year because we haven't really experienced any increased volatility. If we do, though, you'll see those numbers go up. The 100,000 or so that expired in January were all, bought during the run in the previous January. Gherkin once sold me a cover call. I traded it for a put and sold that to the SS mods. I got banned immediately. How could you? Fuck you, J Prash. You know damn well that's on one asset. Can you expect a new DD from me this weekend? I don't know. No, not right now. It's not Satan, it's Satan. All In no way does it resemble barbecue chicken. It's pretty fucking gross. Why don't you stream games? Show us those TFT skills. I mean, I haven't played TFT in 2 years. I don't even know what's going on with it right now. Like, I don't know the meta. I don't know why I don't. It's just not something I ever do, I guess. Do you even dispersion trade volatility, bro? Listen, JFresh. If I had a fucking ISDA, you know damn well I would. Check your DMs. Ugh. Disgusting. You need to move out of that place, Secure. It's... What do you think about Era Fallout? Guys, if there's no announcement. Big drop. We stay there until IMX transfers the 3.7 million. No. I'll reiterate. I really don't care what gets said at earnings. It's not what I'm focused on. Will DDO squeeze again? Probably. The shorts haven't left. It's still super illiquid. How much does IB usually crush after earnings? Say from 250% to what? I think last time it crushed down to like 90 something. It was bad. A lot. It depends on earnings though. It doesn't have to crush. Ironically, I also used to enjoy gaming, but after the GME saga started in 2021, for me, I haven't played one real video game since. I mean, I think that's what people are missing out on with the stock market, is this is in fact a gaming stream. Just no one's picked up on that yet. We're playing a video game all day. It's just a not very interactive one. I mean, of course, Halfro. What do you want to hear? Good earnings. I don't really expect guidance, but it'd be cool. If he wants to say hedgies are fucked and drop the mic, that's also okay with me. It's very pay to win. You're not wrong. It is. It heavily favors whales. Feb 23rd has 227,000 FTDs. $1,000 worth of FTDs, like notional value or number of FTDs. Because like the notional values, if that's notional value, that's not a lot. But if that's actual FTDs, that's pretty decent. Passing of Racer Ramon as I was. I don't know who that is. Gamification of options trading is real. Yeah. Really awesome. I heard you only play Raid Shadow Legends. Not until they start paying me. I lose so much money at this video game, my parents are gonna ground me. Dude, I still love that kid who was on fucking Wall Street Bets. And he used his mom's brokerage account to leverage like 800 grand. Ding ding. Day is over. GameStop closing up $5, or no, 5.8%. Hitting 82.69 in after hours. Bullish as fuck. You got it, man. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. 9 a.m.-ish. Yeah, around there. BBBY? What? What's it doing? Is it mooning? No, but it did ops. It had a good day. You got it, guess. No, there was a bell. I said ding ding. You heard a bell. The struggle continues, Samara. Later, everyone.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.